Cougs versus everybody.
Gets rid of it, and it's deflected. And a turnover on downs. The Cougs take over with great field position.
We are Wazoo.
Dives in, breaks the plane. The pigskin hits Crimson. Touchdown, Washington State. Heaves it up. Nice touch. Lays out, makes the grab. A Superman catch in the end zone.
Live from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. Welcome to the 2024 Holiday Bowl. You're listening to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Along with three-time All-Pac safety Billy Newman. Here's your host, Derek Dice.
Washington State and Syracuse will meet for just the second time in each program's history and the first time in 45 years. That was all the way back in the 1979 season. But what a difference a month has made for the Washington State Cougars. The last time we came your way, we were finishing up the regular season at home against Wyoming. We still had John Mateer. We still had Jake Dickard. And now those two and a host of other coaches and players have departed the program. And now it's up to Zevi Eckhouse, Pete Caligas, and frankly, some players you haven't seen wear the crimson and gray much at all this season. Try to finish this season on a high note with a 9th win against a Syracuse Orange team that comes in ranked number 21 in the country with one of the best quarterbacks in the country as well. Well, good afternoon, Cougar fans, and welcome to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show Holiday Bowl edition. I'm Derek Dice alongside Billy Newman. And Billy, let's just first address all of the changes that have happened. First, John Mateer goes in the portal. 2 days later, Jake Dickard is on a plane for North Carolina to take the Wake Forest job. Since then, he's also lost his OC, his DC, the quarterback's coach, the running back's coach, and about 20 players off the two deep from the last time that we lined up. How in the world is WSU going to make this happen today?
Well, smoke and mirrors. No, I think they're good. Listen. You got nothing to lose. We got a bunch of guys who are green and who have a lot to prove and who are just eager to get out on the field. They've been sitting all year long. They've been watching these guys play, and now they get their chance. They're going to get an opportunity. And so I think we're going to go out. We're going to have to play with some reckless abandonment.
Yeah, and, obviously Zevi Eckhouse transferred to WSU for a chance to start, right? He was a starter at Bryant University, an FCS school, set all kinds of records. He's actually a California native. And so we know he can sling it a little bit. We only have been able to see him play in one game so far this season. Obviously, he only had like 9 days to prepare for this since John Mateer announced that he was leaving. But I know the coaching staff, they brought this guy in for a reason, and maybe he's going to be able to show us today.
Well, he's had 4 years and 9 days, right?
I believe they said this was the first season he hasn't started a game since the beginning of his freshman year in high school, because he took the high school job the second half of his freshman year.
Right. And John was such a unique talent, right? He's got the arm, he's got the legs, he's got the charisma, he's got the whole package. So you can understand why, he had the success that he had. But you bring in a guy like this, and from everything I can tell, he's almost more like a, kind of a Russell Wilson type player where he can make some plays with his body, with his legs. He can make the throws that he needs to make. He's got that. He's not huge. He's 6 foot, but he's a guy who can just. To me, there's guys who can be simply football players. I'm curious to see what this guy is like.
Yeah, you asked me before we went on air, too, like, if I were calling the plays, what would I do today against Syracuse? And you said you'd line it up and let's just run the football, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we've got our tight ends. We've got Mathers, we got Lechner, we got Billy Revere. Give me 2 tight ends, give me 3 tight ends, put them in the backfield. We got some physical running backs, and we got a guy who could probably make some nice play-action throws. So, to me, almost the whole offensive line is intact. It's coming back. We've got our 2 tight end, 3 tight end sets. We've got 2 running backs who are physical guys. Let's line up and play some smash mouth football.
Yeah, and you said besides Fa'ali Fa'amoe, most of the offensive line is there that's been playing all season. I know Devin Kalani was still kind of a game time decision decision since he missed the previous 2 games with an injury. But the Cougs are also going to have to stop Kyle McCord, who is an Ohio State transfer. He was a starter for Ohio State last year up until the bowl game when he put himself into the portal. He's thrown for over 4,000 yards, almost 30 touchdowns on the year. He's put at 360 yards per game. And listen, the Cougs are trying to do this without David Gussa, Ansel Dinboo, Khalil Luafau, Buda Alukta, Ethan O'Connor. There is some thought that some guys who are in the portal, like a Stephen Hall, might actually still play in this ball game. So for a defense that's had its issues throughout the year, it's going to be even tougher against a very talented offense.
Yeah, we do have a couple of those defensive backs that we're going to need. Gushkin and like you said, we're hoping that Stephen Hall is going to be suiting up. And here's the thing. You run a little smash mouth football, you play that physical running style offense, and all of a sudden you're limiting the other team's opportunities to throw the ball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just keep your offense on the field, and that takes away their opportunities for sure. And I guess, Billy, what would you say, because obviously in today's college football, it's just a completely different world, and this portal deadline is just killing teams like the Cougs. But those guys who are going out there today decided to stick around, right? With this program, decided to play. And I think for their sake, you want this game to go as well as possible.
Well, you want it to go as well as possible, and you want those guys to feel appreciated. I mean, as Coug fans, we want those guys to know that we appreciate what they're doing. We appreciate that they're sticking around. We appreciate that they're coming out and they're playing this game. And, Jack Thompson and a couple of former players went out just to talk to the team and talk to the guys and let them know that we appreciate what they're doing and the support that they're doing. And I wasn't able to make it out there, but I think it's important that they feel the love from Coug fans and Coug alumni.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, coming up here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show over the next 90 minutes, in about an hour from now, we'll hear from San Diego native Quinn Roth, a senior, who's expecting to have somewhere between 40 and 50 family members and friends in attendance tonight. Alex Brink joins us in 35 minutes live from Snapdragon Stadium to give us a preview of both ball clubs going into this game. We'll also hear from offensive line coach Jared Castor and former Coug head coach who led this team to the 1981 Holiday Bowl. Jim Walden joins us in about 15 minutes time, about 10 minutes time. But after the break, we'll get our first check of scores from around the country with David Kahn in the U.S. Bank Network studios. Don't go away. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Cougar football lives here on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
time now to check scores from across college football. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
It's Washington State and Syracuse at the 2024 Holiday Bowl. These two teams matching up for the second time in program history, with the only other one coming back all the way in 1979. David Kahn sitting in for Luke Hallett tonight at the U.S. Bank Network studios. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around college football tonight with the other bowl games on the slate. There are four of them. One game already in the books. Oklahoma and Navy clash at the Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth, Texas. When this game started, it appeared like it might be a one-sided affair as the Sooners jumped out to an early 14-point lead in the first quarter, but then Navy found their rushing attack, scoring 21 unanswered with 3 scores all on the ground, including a school record 95-yard burst by their quarterback Blake Horvath, the first of his 2 touchdowns. The second gave the midshipmen their first lead of the game. Oklahoma did bite back, though, answering with a touchdown pass with 6 seconds left as they pulled within a point, but then they could not convert the 2-point try as they went for the victory. Navy hangs on 21-20 as Michael Hawkins was sacked by Justin Reed, and Navy records their first double-digit win season since 2019. One game is in progress as well, with Vanderbilt and Georgia Tech locking it up in the Birmingham Bowl in Alabama. These two teams have met only 4 times in the last 77 years, with the most recent one coming in 2016. Georgia Tech has owned this series of late, winning the last 6 encounters all the way back to 1966, but this year has not been the Vanderbilt teams of old, with the Commodores upsetting number 1 Alabama and playing then number 5 Texas and 7th-rated Missouri to 1-score games, and that's largely been due to their star-studded quarterback Diego Pavia, who threw for more than 2,100 yards and 17 scores in the regular season, and has done it both with his arm and legs so far today.
He hands it off. Nope, he keeps it. Pavia rolling right, looking to get to the end zone, pulls it down and runs. 2-yard touchdown for number 2, Diego Pavia. And Vanderbilt retakes the lead with 1:55 to play in the first half. Pavia looked for a receiver in the end zone. Instead, took it himself for 6.
That's Kevin Ingram from Learfield on the call. That score put Vanderbilt up 14-7. Now it is currently 21-13 Vanderbilt at the end of the third quarter. One other bowl game will hit the gridiron before Washington State and Syracuse get underway. That's 6-6 Arkansas and 8-4 Texas Tech at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. These two programs, old Southwest Conference rivals who played one another nearly every season from 1957 to 1991. Since then, they've only faced each other one time in 2014 when the Razorbacks trounced the Red Raiders 49-28 in Lubbock. And wrapping up the slate at 10:30, it's Texas A&M and USC dueling in the Las Vegas Bowl at Allegiant Stadium. USC trying to avoid their first losing season in 4 years and the first under head coach Lincoln Riley. That's a quick check of scores around the country. Now we send you back out to Derek and Billy to tease what's coming up on the Cougar Tailgate Show.
All right, David, thank you very much. He coached the Cougs to the 1981 Holiday Bowl after being picked to finish 8th in the Pac-10. And you know he has some thoughts on the current state of college football, the transfer portal, NIL, and more. We're going to hear from Jim Walden coming up after the break. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
Time now to check in on former Cougar football stars. Brought to you by Hampton Inn Pullman. Hilton, for the stay.
Down the left sidelines, he's gone. 10-5, touchdown, Trandon Harvey, Washington State.
Once again, here's Derek Dice.
All right, welcome back to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show, getting you ready for your Washington State Cougars taking on the 21st-ranked Syracuse Orange in Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego in the Holiday Bowl. Billy, interestingly, the second time the Cougs have played in Snapdragon Stadium this year. They beat SDSU there earlier this year. During that game, that field was a mess. They had put tons and tons of sand on there, and a lot of guys said it felt like trying to run on the beach, and you know how difficult that can be, but we've seen a video and pictures of it. It looks like the field has been redone and looks much better.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how exactly the field conditions are going to play into our game. And again, as far as I'm concerned, let's line up and play some smash mouth football and take the field conditions out of it.
Yeah, let's see what Jim Walden thinks about it now. Coach, thanks so much for joining us here on the pregame show. How you doing, Coach? Coach, can you hear us there?
You betcha. I got you if you'll talk.
All right. Jim Walden joining Derek Dice and Billy Newman here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Hey, Coach, let's first of all let's reminisce a little bit about that 1981 season. You guys were picked to finish 8th in the Pac-10. Cougs hadn't been to a bowl game in 51 years. What was it about that team that year that was able to surpass all those expectations and get to a bowl game when bowl games were really tough to come by back then?
Yeah, they were, and I don't know if we started the season, Derek, thinking that we were going to a bowl. I think that was everybody's dream every year back then, but so few got to go. So I think the first line was like, let's have a winning season, and let's go with that. And the guys had a great off season. We had changed our plan from jumping dummies and doing the usual agility stuff to running, just simple running. We got this idea from one of our track guys, and probably John Chaplin said, if you want to be good in anything, you got to be able to run. And so we got up in the morning, and I'll speed this up, and we ran over to the old indoor gym arena and ran 220s for about 3 months. And I need to tell you quickly that the garbage cans were full of a lot of upset stomach. The first couple of 3 weeks, we did fill up a lot of buckets over there, running free 220s in about a 15-minute area at a time. But other than that, it was a great group of guys from Ken Collins to Walker to Elias Sorrow to Milford Hodge and guys like crazy Keith Millard and certainly was Cleet Casper and Ricky Turner and the guys. They just blended and all of a sudden we got on a roll. The Colorado thing was kind of a catapult to us. We stole a victory from Colorado by blocking a punt with about a minute and something to go. And I don't know. It just seemed like from that game on, the guys believed they could win. They wanted to win, and one thing led to another. We ended up with a really good year.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how, all it takes is a little bit of confidence and a little bit of swagger, and it changes the complete outlook of a team. And I think it's amazing to me.
Well, it is, and you've been there, done that. It just seems like sometimes at Washington State, every year, no matter, and I believe this with all my heart, there are programs that always have to keep proving to itself. Mike Price's guys did a great job of learning how to expect to win, but yet in the back of your mind, every football player who's ever played at Washington State, I believe this, goes into every season having to think that he has to prove something. We got to prove that we're good enough to win. And yet, you know, and I know that the USCs of the world, the Ohio States and the Michigans of the world, they never think about it that way. They go into the season saying, okay, we're going to the Rose Bowl or what? Are we going to beat Ohio State this year or not? We're going to go 11-0 or not? But at Washington State, you may have the best team, but you're always looking for that thing to reassure that we are good. And I think the Colorado thing did it for us that year, that it made us believe, hey, hell yeah, we can win some games, and we're going to. And the guys just got on fire, and I've been watching it either as an interested away from here coach, as a coach when I was here in the radio, and I think I've seen it so many times that key thing that happens. And I can even give you one when I think when you were playing down at Oregon, and we get a couple of pick sixes against a team who beat Michigan the week before, and all of a sudden, boy, lights are flashing, and the Cougars, after that, hell, you couldn't have beat our football team if you wanted to, if you even tried. So I think there's always those things, and that's what did it for us. That gave us the Colorado thing, and even though we did have a setback at USC, we just kept on playing hard as we could with a bunch of guys that really believed in what they were doing.
That season ended in a Holiday Bowl as well there in 2003 that you just referenced. We're talking to Coach Jim Walden here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. And, Coach, one more question specifically about that 81 season. You go up against BYU, some of these vaunted, Lavelle Edwards offenses, right? They've got Jim McMahon as their star quarterback. All of a sudden, you're down 31-7 early in the third quarter, but your guys fought back and almost pulled it out.
Yeah, we seem to always want to have to keep trying to regroup a little bit. and part of that might have been my fault. I think we overtrained a little bit, enjoying the 51-year lapse of bowls, guys.
Sure.
I think Coach Walden probably didn't create as big a, maybe as tough an atmosphere to get ready for the game as maybe he and his staff should have. And I think it took us a half to realize that we were no longer jumping in the pool and going to the next zoo or doing something else, that we needed to get a little serious about what we were doing. And then so we did, and we came within a fumble, and I'll give him credit. He fumbled the snap, picked it up, and dove over the pile for a key fourth down play. We might have won the ball game, but it didn't happen, and we ended up playing the kind of football the second half I thought we were capable of. And so it all turned out. Didn't win, but it was a fun year to look back at.
Well, Coach, Billy called this accurately. He said one segment's not going to be enough with Coach Walden. So I'm going to ask you to hang on during a quick timeout. And I want to get your thoughts on everything that's happened at WSU, not just in the last month, but really in the last 16 to 18 months with the collapse of the Pac-12. We'll talk more about that, their transfer portal and more, because I'm sure you have thoughts on all of it. So stick around. We'll be back with more with Coach Walden after this.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, Gisa donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at Gisa.com. Go Cougs.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
And now it's a BOGO situation with buy one, get one for $1 on sausage McMuffin, burritos, hash browns, and more. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is Joshua Anderson, David Cooper.
This is Jason Hansen, and you're listening to Cougar Football.
You're listening to Washington State Football. Go Cougs.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a Go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
Spokane International Airport is a proud sponsor of Washington State University Athletics. The airport connects Cougar fans and alums with over 60 daily departures to more than 20 nonstop destinations provided by 7 major airlines, as well as one-stop connections to most major metropolitan centers throughout the U.S. Real-time arrival and flight departure information is available at SpokaneAirports.net. Spokane International Airport, when it's time to fly.
All right, Derek Dice, Billy Newman, continuing on here with Coach Jim Walden on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. And, Coach, listen, the transfer portal and all this nonsense has really made a mess out of the end of college football seasons. Obviously, we've seen John Mateer and a host of other players from WSU go into the portal. Some of them, Pete Callagis, who's the acting coach today, said if they went in after December 18th and they haven't committed to another school, the team voted that they can play today. So there are some guys that are in the portal, but we do expect to see today, like a Stephen Hall is one of them, Josh Meredith another. But just what are your thoughts on what this transfer portal and specifically the timeline of it have done to college football?
Well, it's making a mess of it, and it's got to be changed. And it will. Guys, you and I both know that Jim Walden or Jake Dickert can stand on a stump and beat the drum to change until the cows come home. But until Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State's coaches stand on a stump and say, we got to change this, it's not going to. Well, thank God James Franklin stood on a stump here about a week ago and said something's got to change. And as soon as he did, you see about a half a dozen others with the same amount of power doing the same thing. It's got to change. We can't have this kind of silliness going on. Teams getting ready for bowl games. We can put the portal back a little bit, or we can say you've got to have it done. It's just like having the draft during the season. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard of. And then there's got to be some things done with it. I think and what we need to do, another point what we need to do is make a little bit bigger deal out of those people entering the portal who are making terrible mistakes. We're only talking about the portal like McTeer. And my understanding is there's been about 22 or 30 guys, I don't know how many, Cougars leave. But yet there's only been a half a dozen picked up. And so the other 24, somewhere along the line, we're going to have to start telling agents, you don't sign a portal until you, or the kids themselves, until you have a bona fide thought process that you have a chance to go someplace else. You better just stay out of that thing. And I don't know how that's going to work, but I do know that there's a lot of, I think someone told me that 40% of the guys that entered the portals a year ago never were heard from again.
Right.
So you talk about walking away from thousands of dollars of scholarships rather than walking into thousands of dollars of money, and it will come home. The last thing I will say in my heart, I believe that we will have to come to a grip that when you take me out of the portal, it's like a baseball player. When you take me from the Yankees and bring me over to the Dodgers, you got to pick up part of my contract if that's the way the contract reads.
Right, because we're the ones developing these guys.
Well, exactly. When you leave Washington State after 2 years, and if you don't have an offer and you leave, whoever picks you up has to pay the Washington State University 2 years of scholarship. That's only because you are an employee. If they come down to this, guys, then football players and basketball players, whoever, will be employees of the university. When they leave that contract, they have those people who picking you up, talking you out of leaving and putting you in on their team, has to refund the money to the team where you left.
Yeah,
that's going to slow some of this down.
It's no different than a head coach leaving and there's a buyout in their contract, right? That to me that's the only answer.
Well, exactly, because I don't know what Jake Dicker's buyout is, but I bet you it's going to be run up there around $3 to $5 million. I haven't seen anything written, and maybe because he took a cut last year, a 10% pay cut, they may have waived that. But you're right, Billy. And 90% of or more than that, 99% of all coaches that leave their school, they have a buyout. And that's the thing that's not being talked about. And I think players are going to have to place it. And they may even have to come to the grips with you get one, you can transfer and sit out, or you can portal one time and be immediately eligible. They may just have to come to some hardcore facts of what saved college football.
Well, and Coach, what are your thoughts on, a lot of people say, listen, these NIL deals have gotten out of control. You know, we heard rumors with John Mateer maybe being offered $3.5 to $4 million. Should there be some kind of, even like, gosh, it sounds crazy to say, a salary cap in college football so that these deep-pocketed programs, the programs who are not so deep-pocketed can be on more of a level playing field with the ones who are?
I'm going to surprise you with this answer. No, I don't think so. I think I think it's an open market, and we'd get into trouble with lawyers, agents, when you start trying to tell a young man what he can make, what someone can pay him to get. You're crossing a boundary we don't need to get to. And what we have to do is say, if you want to leave and they want to pay you, that's fine. I just think, in my heart of heart, guys, a lot of these numbers we're hearing are out of proportion. And a lot more are not getting money than they are getting money. And the money that they are getting is in the lower hundreds to low thousands, not in the high millions. And so I don't think so. I think if Mateer was offered some money to go do the same thing he's doing at Washington State, I think he should be entitled to take it. But again, whoever the school that takes him has to refund the money that he cost that school while he was rehabbing. So they have to pick that up. So, but to me, no. I'm sorry. You probably thought I was going to go the other way, but I have to believe that players do have the right to take whatever someone believes in their talent. They ought to have the right to get it.
No, I think I do still think it makes a lot of sense. I think we need more people with common sense to come to the NCAA and maybe sit down and hammer a lot of this stuff out. So, Coach, I'll nominate you. How about that? We'll get you in there for it.
Yeah, well, I used to go to those meetings, and they didn't like my opinion too much.
Well, Coach, hey, listen, it's been great.
Over my life, I've had a tendency to step on toes with my.
The good ones do.
It's been great to chat with you. Thank you for making some time for us. I know you had a Merry Christmas with your family, so hopefully you have a Happy New Year as well.
Well, same to you both, and keep up the good work.
All right, Jim Walden here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from offensive line coach Jared Castor. Don't go away.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
This is the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled you got. Am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
All right, we continue to get you ready for the Holiday Bowl matchup between your Washington State Cougars and the Orange of Syracuse University. One of the position groups for WSU that has largely been left alone with all this transfer portal business is the offensive line. And our Chris King caught up with the offensive line coach, Jared Castor.
Always a pleasure to get a catch up here, and as we're chatting right now, we're in beautiful San Diego on the cusp of getting the Holiday Bowl started. But this game is not just about the game itself, it's about the whole experience of being down here for multiple days. How's everything been since the Cougs landed here in San Diego, up here until getting close to kickoff?
Yeah, it's been good. I think this trip is phenomenal. I was a part of it as a player when I was in college, played Arizona State way back in the day, and the Holiday Bowl ended up winning. And you come back and the tradition and what the Holiday Bowl has done over the years has always been a premier bowl game, and they always live up to that. And we've had the best hospitality, I think, in any bowl game you can have. And I know the big guys are enjoying it. They went to the beach, so I'm sure that was a sight for everybody to see. And you go to the naval base, which was really cool, and then SeaWorld to follow that. So from us coaches to players, we've all had a really good time with this bowl game.
And for your position group, it might not be the exact 5 that we saw in the last game, but the guys going here today, this is a combination of starters that won the Cougs some games and some really big games earlier this year.
Yeah, no doubt. This offensive line went 4-0 to start the season. This rotation that's going to start for the game today, and they won the Apple Cup. They beat the Red Raiders, and they've done some really good things together. This was 5 of the top 6 that have played all season, so they've got some great continuity of playing together. They played a lot of reps together, so hopefully that'll gel and kind of hold, be the centerpiece for this football game.
I know Brockdew did an incredibly admirable job playing at center and his IQ very much on display, but having Devin Killaney back, how big is that for the group?
Yeah, he's their general of that group, and anytime a guy goes down like himself that's that vocal and that competitive himself, you kind of see it a little bit. But like you said, Brock did a great job of coming in and really filling some big shoes. But Devin being in there brings a little bit different light of being a very vocal leader, and it's good to have him back.
Zevi Eckhouse, we saw him a little bit in that Portland State game, but he's getting his first start of the season. I know even though we haven't seen him out as the starter throughout the year, he's worked closely with the offensive line. How would you describe the chemistry that Zevi has with your position group?
I think, in going out to shout out to Coach Garrett, Coach Colt Garrett, as we say, that has kind of taken over the helm with that, has done a great job of helping him prepare for this. And Zevi, to give him credit, the kid has been right there behind a good quarterback, but has always been, a guy that is, whenever he needed an opportunity or get an opportunity, he would be ready. And we felt that as coaches going through this whole season. If something were to happen to the guy that was in front of him, we knew Zevi would go in there and run the offense and do a great job. So seeing him embellish in this moment, man, he's a true competitor. He's a fighter, and I think he's going to have a great day.
For the offensive line and the entire offense, what's it going to be like going up against the Syracuse defense?
Yeah, this is a huge challenge for us. It is. What they do schematically on defense challenges you and pressures you in multiple different facets. You going from 4 down to 3 down to bring in simulated pressures, and what they do, they play well together. And their whole defensive staff and what their head coach has done with that program, you see on tape their culture. And it's going to be a challenge for us. It's going to be a challenge for us as a football team, and especially up front, but we feel good about it.
Really appreciate the time. Thanks so much for spending a few minutes to catch up, and of course, best of luck here tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was Jared Castor with our Chris King. And Billy, I think maybe the most important thing that he said throughout that entire interview was that Devin Killaney is back. He's the center, right? He's the leader of that offensive line group. And just having him out there, obviously Brockdew did an admirable job sliding over from right guard for 2 games at the tail end of the season. But it's nothing like having your dude, right, back in there, the guy that's making the calls and making sure everybody's doing the right thing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Brock did a great job. I mean, that's a very tough position, and more often than not, the smartest player on the team is the guy who's playing center, and so to have our the guy who's calling out the defenses and calling out what protections we're going to do and which way we slide, and that is going to be a huge benefit to our quarterback who hasn't had a lot of reps this year. And so those two getting on the same page, having the opportunity to work together for the last couple of weeks, and really over the course of the season they've been working, but to really work exclusively together, having them out there, there's just no substitute for that.
I'm looking at video right now that Coug Fan tweeted out just a moment ago of the offensive line group warming up on the field, and I do not, this is just with my own eyes looking at the video posted, see Fa'ali Fa'amoe out there. We didn't expect him to be out there as he was one of those guys in the transfer portal, but without Lili, your big rocket right tackle, we've seen Christian Hilborn play right tackle plenty of times in the past, so I would assume he slides over to right tackle, and then Rod Tialavea, who's done a great job when he's been in there at left guard as well, will start there. And so, really one adjustment, and you're comfortable with 6 guys anyway. Having Rod start, I think, that's really good news for the Cougs, not had to shaking things up too much along the offensive line.
Yeah, I think the most frustrating thing about Fa'alili Fa'amoa is I just learned how to say his name.
And now he's gone.
So that is definitely the most frustrating part about that. Other than that, I feel great about the offensive line. Yeah. I really think they're going to be a strength for us. And if you're going to have a strength of your football team, you want it to be on the offensive line or the defensive line, or both.
Yeah, and that's why not go 3-4 yards in a cloud of dust with Leo Pulalasi and Juvenski Schlenbaker and see how things shake out from there. All right, coming up after the break, we're going to go live to Snapdragon Stadium with the quarterback, Alex Brink. He joins us after the break. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Are you interested in your company reaching Coug fans in and out of game day? As the multimedia rights holder for Washington State Athletics, Washington State Sports Properties helps companies and organizations connect themselves to Cougar Athletics in unique and exciting ways. Whether it's creating brand awareness, driving product sales, or entertaining employees or clients, Washington State Sports Properties has the resources to help your business achieve its marketing goals. Reach out to Washington State Sports Properties to learn more about what sponsoring the Cougs can look like for you.
Hey, this is Hussein Abdullah. You're listening to Washington State football.
Gotta love it, baby.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled that counts, am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
With the WSU debit card from Gisa, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan with big savings by helping them grow their money with Smart Plus checking. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Gisa.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
All right, welcome back to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show as we continue to get you ready for your Washington State Cougars taking on the number 21 Syracuse Orange in the Holiday Bowl, WSU's 5th appearance in the Holiday Bowl and their first since 2017. Joining us now from Snapdragon Stadium is the color analyst for the Cougs and former record-setting quarterback Alex Brink. And Alex, thanks so much for joining us here. First of all, how was the holidays for you and your family?
It was fantastic. We got to go down to Houston, Texas. My brother and his family live there, so Xander and Benny got to hang with their big cousins. We had Grandma and Grandpa down there. We had a full house for sure, but really, really special time, especially, as you know, holidays with young kids.
Yeah, no doubt. Always fun when they're at those younger ages. All right, listen, John Mateer's not suiting up for the Crimson and Gray today, so it's going to fall on Zevi Eckhouse's shoulders. And listen, this is a guy the coaching staff brought in to compete with Mateer. By all accounts, he pushed him for much of fall camp, and he was a record-setting FCS quarterback at Bryant University. What can you tell us about Zevi and what he may or may not be able to do today against Syracuse?
Well, look, Zevi Eckhouse has played a lot of football. Okay, he started as a freshman in high school. Then he started 3 years at Bryant. He was his 7 straight years as a starter. The only time he hasn't been a starter was this year, right? So, he's a guy that has got a lot of snaps under his belt. And to your point about coming in and competing with John Mateer, it was a competition, right? It was close coming out of camp because if you remember, the coaching staff didn't really know what John Mateer could do with his legs because he couldn't get tackled. Quarterbacks can't get tackled in practice, so they didn't know how elusive he was. And so, Zevi, again, he's different than John Mateer for sure, but I do think this is a moment that he's been waiting for and he's excited for and prepared for, and I'm excited for him, right? He's going to go out and he's going to get you in some really good spots pre-snap. He'll be able to check in and out of plays. I had a chance to talk to Nick Edwards, the wide receiver coach who's calling plays today. He's got high confidence that Zevi Eckhouse is going to get the Cougs in the best position possible.
And he's going to be missing some weapons, though, right? No Wayshawn Parker. He's already signed with Utah. Chris Hudson has already signed with Arizona. He does, however, have most of that offensive line intact and a couple of other, physical running backs in Leo Pulalasi and Juvensky Schlenbaker. So can this offense put some points on the board tonight?
Well, there's a unique element to this where Washington State rotated a lot of players on both sides of the ball throughout the year. So a lot of players have gotten snaps, and I think that really helps the Cougs in a situation like this. To your point about the offensive line, you're going to have, you had really 6 true starters, it felt like, at times this year, and you got 5 of them still out here playing, right? And then those running backs, both Pulalasi and Juvensky Schlenbaker, they got a lot of snaps this year. They can do it in their own right, and you might see the young freshman Josh Joyner as well. And then I really think at the receiver position, this is going to be a fun game for these guys because Kyle Williams is obviously there. He's the heart and soul of this football team. He wants to go out on a high note, but guys like Carlos Hernandez coming in on at the end of the year, Josh Meredith, we're going to see the likes of Tony Freeman a little bit. And so, again, I think there's lots of depth at the receiver position, and I think there's a lot of bullets in the chamber for Zevi Eckhouse and Nick Edwards calling plays.
Listen, I know the wide receiver coach is calling plays, and I know we got some good receivers out there. But to me, when you got the strength of your offense is your offensive line, and you've got those physical to me, you line up, you got some tight ends, you put 2 tight ends in, you put 3 tight ends in, and you pound the ball. What do you think?
I think there's a point there, especially against a Syracuse defense that has struggled at times to stop the run. I think that for sure Washington State can take advantage of that defense, giving up nearly 153 yards rushing per game. So I think you can lean into that offensive line, lean into some physical running backs. And again, I talked to Coach Edwards before the game. He said he's not going to shy away from running the football, and he wants to create that balance. And look, he's no stranger to this. He's called plays before, and so he knows how to prepare and how to do it the right way.
Let's flip things over to the other side now and talk about Kyle McCord, Syracuse's quarterback. He was C.J. Stroud's backup for a while at Ohio State, started most of last season before going in the transfer portal and ending up at Syracuse. He's thrown for 360 yards per game, Alex. Those are like Luke Falk-type numbers.
Yeah, look, Kyle McCord is a good football player. He was I met him at Elite 11, the national quarterback competition. He was obviously a guy at Ohio State that had a fantastic year last year and then kind of got pushed out in a very unique circumstance. And he's landed in a situation where, he feels very comfortable. And the offensive coordinator, Jeff Nixon, has known McCord since he was a youth football player. They go back a long time. It's just a really intriguing story. And McCord, again, he's got weapons on the outside. He gets the ball out quick. He's an impressive young man.
Yeah, but you got a running back who's almost at 1,000 yards. You're going into this game, he's just short of 1,000 yards for the season. What are you going to take away? What are you going to do from a defensive standpoint? What are you going to focus on?
You got to take away everything, Billy. You know that. No, I'm just kidding. It's I think to me, if I'm going into this game for a Cougar defense that doesn't have much to lose, I think you sell out. You bring some blitzes, you bring some pressures, you try and force McCord to get the ball out of his hands, maybe stack up the box. The thing with LaQuinn Allen is that the running back is that he also catches the football really well, right? He's like the all-time leading pass catcher as a running back for in Syracuse football history. So he can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
60 catches this year. So he can do a little bit of everything. So I think for Washington State, having some speed at the linebacker position, Parker McKenna will be out there, Keith Brown will be out there, maybe see some Frank Cusano out there. I think those guys are going to have to take that away.
Yeah, and obviously this defense has really been depleted with some of these guys in the transfer portal, right? David Gusta, Ansel Dimbu, Buda Alukta now going to the Huskies, which is... Oh, boy, I just don't even want to get into it, really. Boogie Wilson, some of these guys. But as you said, there's going to be some guys who have to step up today. You mentioned a Parker McKenna and a Keith Brown. Who else do you think is going to get some increased reps today that might be able to show what they can do?
Well, you mentioned that interior, that defensive line. I think we're going to hear a name like Rashad McKenzie, who we haven't heard much of this year on the interior of that defensive line. You really want to see some of those guys, that have been in, like Andrew Edson, maybe a Bryson Lamb, former walk-on, who's really earned his way, step up and have an opportunity. What I'd really like to see potentially is some of those defensive ends, see if they can really make an impact, in the run game and at the point of attack that you haven't really seen as much this year. If they can do that, I think that'll really help take the pressure off those interior defensive line. And then, I think to your point, you really do need, those linebackers that you got. Obviously, Kyle Thornton, we know. I mean, Coug through and through, team captain, played a ton of football. But some of those backup two deep guys that are now going to be pushed into it, like Parker McKenna, Keith Brown for sure, and then again, like I mentioned, Frank Cusano, the freshman. I think that linebacker group has got to step up in a big way.
Yeah, and I think, a guy like Parker McKenna, he's played a lot at Portland State before here. And Keith Brown has been at Oregon and Louisville. So these aren't guys that, don't know what they're doing out there. They've played lots of college football.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good point. And even this year, again, like I said about the offense, I mean, these guys have gotten a lot of snaps throughout the year. So, this moment's not too big for them. And I think for Washington State, they have some advantages, right? You're playing on the West Coast. You've already played in this stadium before. You're familiar with these surroundings. Syracuse has got to travel across the country. Sure, they've been here for a week, but again, this is all very unfamiliar in some capacity. I think for Washington State, the familiarity of this, even with all the turmoil that's happened over the last few weeks, I still think adds something for Washington State.
All right, AB, thanks so much for the time here, and have a great call with Chris and Jessamine tonight.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Go Cougs.
All right, Alex Brink here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Coming up after the break, we'll talk a little basketball, men's and women's for WSU. This is the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show, Washington State football from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
This is the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Spokane International Airport is a proud sponsor of Washington State University Athletics. The airport connects Cougar fans and alums with over 60 daily departures to more than 20 nonstop destinations provided by 7 major airlines, as well as one-stop connections to most major metropolitan centers throughout the U.S. Real-time arrival and flight departure information is available at SpokaneAirports.net. Spokane International Airport, when it's time to fly.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
right, we've been talking Cougar football for just shy of an hour. Let's switch things up and talk a little hoops here for a little bit. And we'll start on the men's side. And Billy, David Riley's club, I don't think anybody could have rightfully expected us to be 10-3 through 13 games with only bringing 2 players back and only one of those players being a solid contributor last season in Isaiah Watts. I really think what he's done so far this year with 2 quad 1 wins at Nevada and on a neutral site against Boise State, even though it was in Boise, has been pretty remarkable.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and you know, it's been a nice preseason mix of games. There's been some tests. We've been able to respond from some of those tests, and I think some of those games that we didn't win, I think we were able to learn from, with one exception maybe. Every once in a while in basketball, the shots just aren't going to go in, and so I think that was the case in one of those games. But beyond that, I think it's been an exciting season so far.
I think the refs were making some terrible calls in that game at UW as well. That's the one you're alluding to, I'm assuming.
100%,
right?
yes.
Yeah, and the Cougs' most recent game came on Saturday, where they were taking on Northern Iowa down in Las Vegas. That was at the Orleans Arena, where the WCC tournament will be held. Cougs led by 23 at the break before hanging on for an 8-point win. Their next game will be this coming Saturday, as in tomorrow, 5 p.m. They're going to be opening WCC play at Portland. And what's interesting about this, Billy, it's David Riley versus Shante Leggins. He was Leggins' assistant at EW before he left to Portland, and that opened the door for Riley to take over the head coaching job.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about college athletics, right, is there's all these different trees, there's different coaching trees, and, you know, you're part of different teams, and all of a sudden, you know, you're working for one person, and now you get a chance to compete against them.
Yeah.
Right, and that there's a little added, you know, oomph in that pregame. So
should be fun. All right, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves here on the Washington State Sports Network.
For conservative thought, 770 KTTH at 94.5 K233 DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 VU Seattle.
All right, now Cammie Etheridge and the women's basketball team is now 6-6 on the season, 1-0 in WCC play. They opened conference play with a resounding win at the University of San Diego before Christmas back on December 19th, 65-42. Their next game will be tomorrow and in Pullman. It's a noon tip in Beasley Coliseum against Pepperdine. They're 6-6, Billy, but they played a really challenging schedule.
it has been a very challenging schedule, but I expect them to do well in conference play, and I expect Coach Etheridge's team to respond.
Yeah, they've certainly had some new pieces step up for them, in addition to players like Terrell Wallach stepping into a much bigger role as being the leader of the team this year. All right, coming up after the break, we'll have the Miller Coors matchup breakdown. Billy's keys to a Cougar victory tonight over Syracuse. Don't go away. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
This Cougar football tailgating moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Cougar Nation, Flight 509, Spokane's newest family entertainment center, invites you to visit them this fall. Located in the Spokane Valley, the 22,000 square foot facility features a laser tag arena, ropes course, arcade, spin zone bumper cars, an epic Ninja Warrior course, mini bowling, and a VR Omni Arena. Now that's a lot of fun. Book your next birthday party or event at flight509.com and mention Go Cougs for 10% off your jet engine passport.
Hi, I'm Cody O'Connell.
Jay Cooper.
Hey, this is Dan Buchanan. You're listening to Washington State Football.
Washington State Football.
You're listening to the Washington State Sports Network.
Go Cougs.
Hey, Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Hey, Coug fans! Can't decide what to do with your late-night weekends? Why not Cosmic Bowling? Every Friday and Saturday night from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. is Cosmic Bowling at Zeppo's. At a price designed with everyone in mind, we are your destination for music, disco lights, and of course, bowling. Can't join us on the weekends? Zeppo's is the place to be for all ages every day of the week. With bowling, food, and drink specials, we offer prices that won't break the budget. You can even reserve your lane in advance with online reservations at Zeppos.com. When looking for fun in Pullman, look no further than Zeppo's.
You're listening to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Once again, here's Derek Dice.
Well, Washington State and Syracuse meeting for just the second time in their history. You got to go back 45 years to that meeting. That was a 52-25 win for Syracuse back in that 1979 season. That game actually happened in Buffalo. I'm told that's because the Carrier Dome was under construction at the time, so they played in Buffalo, which I believe was the Buffalo Bills Stadium at that time. So meeting for just the second time ever, and this is WSU's now fifth appearance in the Holiday Bowl. Previous appearances coming in 1981. We talked about that game with Jim Walden last hour. 2003, 2016, and 2017. Those back-to-back years under Coach Leach, with the season culminating in San Diego, where it is now 61 degrees and cloudy. Should be upper 50s throughout most of this game. So not exactly what you would hope for if you were going down to San Diego, but not bad either, right, Billy?
Well, it's perfect football weather. It really is. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of weather there's no sleeves, nobody's cold, nobody's shivering. It's not wet. You just get to go out and play ball.
All right, let's talk the Miller Coors matchup breakdown. These are Billy's keys to a Cougar victory over the number 21 team in the nation tonight in the Syracuse Orange. And number one for you, and you've talked about this a little bit already today, is just pretty simple. Let's run the football.
Yeah, I think that's the theme of the show so far, for me at least, is we need to be able to run the ball. The strength of our offense returning right now is the offensive line. We have five starters, essentially five starters back. We have two starters at the tight end position. We have two very physical running backs. To me, you go out, you line up, and you just play smash mouth football. You just get after it. And then what that does is that opens up the play action pass, right? So you got a quarterback who's very capable, who's done it. He's done it time and again, maybe at a different level, but he's done it time and again. You give him the opportunities to sit back and kind of, pick some people apart. Oh, and then you get those. To me, you got to take a shot over the top, right? So you're getting that play action, you're drawing the linebackers up, you're drawing the secondary up, you take a shot over the top, and you're able to maybe create some points that way. And so to me, let's run the ball. The other thing that does is it keeps the other team off the field. Yeah. And they've got just such a talented quarterback, and they're really talented on offense. And so, how do we limit their opportunities? And to me, again, let's just grind the ball.
Yeah, Syracuse averages 33 points and 456 yards of offense per game, but defensively they give up close to 29 and 370 yards per game. So you're right. If you can hammer out first downs and keep the ball away from Kyle McCord, you'll feel better about your chances. And how much has Zevi Eckhouse probably been dying to throw play action passes over the top to Kyle Williams all season, right?
Well, that's Kyle's strength, right? It's him winning the deep ball. And it took John a few games to figure that out, right? They didn't start connecting until at least halfway through the season on some of those things. And Zevi's been able to sit back and watch and see what some of the strengths are from some of those receivers. He's got Meredith, he's got Hernandez, he's got, very capable tight ends and Mathers. And so to me, it's one of those situations where, you focus on the running game, and then you hit them over the top. You focus on the running game, and then you hit them with an intermediate. You focus on the running game, and then you hit them over the top again.
There you go. Number 2 for you now in the Miller Coors matchup breakdown. Defensively, you want to see us get creative, but keep it simple. Explain that.
So, to me, when I say get creative, what I'm really talking about is let's get creative with personnel, right? And so, we've had a couple linebackers who are departing. So maybe we can move one of our, a couple of our safeties. You move Moku to a linebacker position. You move some of those guys who've got playing time, but who have not necessarily played, linebacker. And so to me, we run almost more of a nickel package. When I was playing, we played against Hawaii, and Hawaii back in that time they were pretty decent, but they were throwing the ball all over the field, right? And so that was the first game where I started to really look at matchups and look at games from a matchup standpoint. And I moved up to linebacker in that game, and we had a lot of success, and I was able to work a lot, play a lot of underneath stuff, and we were able to take a lot of things away that they were trying to do. And so to me, we're kind of in that similar situation where we have guys who maybe are typical of safety or more that nickel spot, and maybe we slide them into a different position. Now, once you do that, that's where you keep it simple. So you get creative with your personnel, but now you keep it simple. Let's keep everything in front of us. Let's not get beat over the top. Too often in games, we're getting beat over the top, or a big pass interference. That can't happen. Keep everything in front of you. Run some cover 2, run some cover 4, and then hit them with an all-out blitz. Run some cover 2, run some cover 4, and then you hit them with an all-out blitz. Right? You don't have to get clever. You don't have to come up with all these, different blitz schemes and all these different things. To me, keep it simple.
Yeah, and still some question about who will be calling the defense today, because after firing Jeff Schmedding, Jake Dickert was going to be calling his own plays, and of course, he's not on the sidelines there tonight. All right, number 3 for you now is just enjoy this experience.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of guys who are out there who've had some playing time, who are ready for this. But to me, today is more about next year, right? And so everybody's going to enjoy it today. Everybody's going to have fun. They're going to give their best. But this is for everybody who's not a senior. This is really about, getting some more reps, getting some more opportunity, getting an opportunity to see what a quality opponent looks like. To me, let's go out and let's learn. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy the moment. Let's put some things on tape. Let's get some good tape for next year, right? Because you got a new coaching staff most likely coming in, and so you want to put your best foot forward. This is like the first impression for a lot of those guys. And so to me, you go out, you have a good experience, and you just play.
And that kind of plays into your last key here is just you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, we have, to me, again, don't worry about missing a tackle. That's not what you should be thinking. You shouldn't think, I can't miss this tackle, I can't miss this tackle. To me, it's you just go fire off and you just go hit somebody. You go make the tackle. You go drive through somebody. You get an opportunity for a hit. You go make it. You get an opportunity for a catch. You've got nothing to lose right now. You've got no pressure. Nobody is expecting anything from you. Go out and make plays and have fun.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's the Miller Coors matchup breakdown. Billy's keys to a Cougar victory tonight in the Holiday Bowl over number 21 Syracuse. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from a guy who grew up right in the San Diego area, who's a graduate of San Marcos High School, expects to have lots of family and friends in the stadium tonight. We'll hear from Quinn Roth after the break. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
Ho, ho! Welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is Ryan Long.
Right, he's caught behind the lines, going for a loss. Ryan Long
listening to Cougar Football on the Washington State Sports Network.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
Calling all Coug fans. While the Cougars are busy taking home the win this season, you can download the McDonald's app and take home our new Game Day Bundle. Big enough to feed the whole squad. Get 20 golden, juicy chicken McNuggets, plus 2 medium orders of the world-famous fries you love, all for just $11.99. Talk about a winning combination. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's. Valid through 2024-25 football season. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
All right, welcome back to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Quinn Roth has been a big contributor to the Cougar defense over his seasons in the Crimson and Gray, and our Chris King caught up with the San Diego area native before his final game in the Holiday Bowl.
Quinn, back in San Diego here. What's it like to play this final game for you back in your home area?
I mean, I think it's pretty poetic. You know, I started my career here, and I'm ending it, so I'm super stoked to get to have my people around to see kind of the culmination of my career. So super excited.
How big will the Quinn Roth cheering section be here in tonight's game?
probably about the same as last time. A lot of people, friends, family, all that. So.
Last time, the Cougs were down here earlier in the season, got a victory over San Diego State. But, boy, a regular season trip, it's kind of in and out. There's not a lot of time to see the sights. A bowl trip seems like it's a whole different ball of wax. How different has this been, getting to show some of your teammates? I know you're not the only guy from this area, getting to kind of see some of the sights. Man,
it's been awesome. I know getting to go to SeaWorld and, you know, take a tour of the naval ship. But then also, you know, also it being the holidays, you know, I got to actually spend Christmas, you know, with my family. So that was awesome and definitely different just, you know, on regular season trips, you know, we're kind of in and out, but actually being able to go home for a little bit and kind of see my family and be at home, which was nice.
Those two trips, going to see the naval ship and going to SeaWorld, any favorite moments from those? Those seem like two pretty memorable experiences that you and your teammates got to have.
Yeah, I mean, probably, so we went and saw the Shamu show at SeaWorld. That was awesome. Got to see some of the orcas. And then probably we did one of the roller coasters there. It was pretty fun. Got to ride that with KT, so it was a good time for sure.
I saw a social media video. I think it was Kyle Williams on it. Everyone show their toughness, or did some people get scared a little bit on that ride?
Everyone's tough till you get on a roller coaster. You know, it's a little scary sometimes. But yeah, that was a great video. It was funny.
Being from around here, SeaWorld, doing all that, is that normal? Did you do that all the time, or is it still kind of a special experience to have that?
Yeah, I went to SeaWorld a couple times growing up, probably 6 or 7 times. But there's ton of things around San Diego, like Legoland, things like that. Drive up to Disneyland, so there's multiple things. But yeah.
When it comes to the matchup here today, any bowl matchup, you know the opposition has had a high-quality season. That's the case for Syracuse. Their quarterback, Kyle McCord, finished 10th in the Heisman voting. What kind of challenge is it going to be for you and the defense going up against the Syracuse offense?
Yeah, they got a prolific offense. You know, we got to get after the quarterback. I mean, like you said, Kyle McCord, he's a great player. You know, we got to hit him a couple times, you know, try to rattle him. And ultimately, that's going to be the difference, I think, in this game. It's just if we can get after him or not.
And while for you, this is your final game in a Cougar uniform, your college football career wrapping up, I know there's exciting things on the horizon. We had a chance to visit earlier this year on the Cougar Football Hour. I know you talked about what might be in your future, but I know that's been even more solidified. What can you tell us about the next steps for you?
Yeah, so after this bowl game, I plan to pack up my stuff and move to Tempe, Arizona, and start my career as a strength conditioning coach as an intern down there at ASU. So I'm super excited for that. It's going to be a great opportunity for me.
And that gets coming up pretty quick, right? I mean, you make that transition almost immediately?
Yeah, transition, going to move down there. You know, obviously they're having a fantastic season, made the college football playoff. So it just depending on when their season ends, you know, it's going to be going to depend on when I actually start. So
I was joking with you a little bit before. I know for anyone who's in college coaching, there's long hours, but I feel like the strength and conditioning coaches, you got to be ready for that early alarm, right?
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm a pretty early riser. I get that from my father. Can fall asleep pretty early, wake up pretty early, so it's not a big challenge for me.
Well, Quinn, it's been great seeing you in a Cougar uniform throughout your career. Best of luck here today, and of course, best of luck moving forward with that exciting news there.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Go Cougs.
All right, Quinn Roth with our Chris King there. And Quinn has been a big contributor, like I said, going into that interview over the course of the years. Unfortunately, some injuries have kind of derailed what he maybe could have been, because I remember this kid coming in, I believe it was at USC when he was an unknown freshman. And we're like, who's this Roth kid out here making plays, right? And he's been fun to watch over the years.
He's had a great career, and like you say, I mean, this game takes a toll on you, right? I mean, you're sitting there, and especially at the defensive line, I mean, you're running into a brick wall play after play after play, and this sport is as great as it is, as much as I love it, it definitely will take a toll on you. And so I think, his senior season, as many snaps as he's had, as much football as he's played, I don't think he was quite able to have the season that he wanted to have. But, man, it's just so fun to listen to him talk, and talking about him in his last game, it kind of brings me back to my last game, and just that that feeling of knowing, like, there's no question mark, right? There's no like, hey, what are we going to do next week? Like, to me, this is it. And so it's a very bittersweet feeling. On one hand, you're like, man, I'm not really ready for it to end, but on the other hand, you're like, listen, I'm kind of ready for the next chapter of my life, but I've got one more go, right? I got one more chance to give it everything I got.
And Billy, this Edges group, right? We haven't seen the production we'd hoped to see from them in terms of sacks and quarterback hurries, but we know there's talent there, right? And Cyrus Webster and Rayam Stevenson and Quinn Roth, and you'd love to see those guys just get after it today and show what they're really all about.
Yeah, it is. It is a very talented group, and it's really been a big question mark over the course of the year. And it kind of takes me back to, one of my keys, which is, just keep it simple. Like, let these guys just pin their ear back and go, right? Like, let's just go play football. I think so many times we overcomplicate it, but these guys are talented, and they've been doing it for a long time, a lot of them. And so let's just give them the opportunity to go out and finish this thing on a high note.
All right, let's hope they do. Coming up after the break, we'll get another check of scores with David Kahn of the U.S. Bank Network Studios. Don't go away. This is Washington State Football from Learfield.
Are you interested in your company reaching Coug fans in and out of game day? As the multimedia rights holder for Washington State Athletics, Washington State Sports Properties helps companies and organizations connect themselves to Cougar Athletics in unique and exciting ways. Whether it's creating brand awareness, driving product sales, or entertaining employees or clients, Washington State Sports Properties has the resources to help your business achieve its marketing goals. Reach out to Washington State Sports Properties to learn more about what sponsoring the Cougs can look like for you.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
This is Drew Bledsoe, and you're listening to Cougar Football.
Bledsoe calls his play, has the ball, throws a home run ball from the end zone to Bobo. Touchdown! Washington State!
On the Washington State Sports Network.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, Gisa donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at Gisa.com. Go Cougs!
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Time now to check scores from across college football. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
Just under 45 minutes from kickoff between Washington State and Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. David Kahn sitting in for Luke Hallett in the U.S. Bank Network studios as we catch you up on what's going on across college football today with the other bowl games on the slate. There's 4 of them. One of the books, Oklahoma and Navy in the Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth. When this game started, it looked like it would be a one-sided affair in favor of the Sooners as they jumped out to an early 14-point cushion, but the Navy found their rushing attack as they scored 21 straight, 3 scores on the ground, a school record 95-yard burst by quarterback Blake Horvath being one of them. His second rushing touchdown of the day, though, gave the midshipmen their first lead of the game. Oklahoma answered with a touchdown pass with 6 seconds left to pull within a point. However, they decided to go for 2, but quarterback Michael Hawkins Jr. was sacked by Justin Reed, and Navy hangs on 21-20, their first double-digit win season since 2019. 2 games in progress, the first featuring Vanderbilt and Georgia Tech, locking it up in the Birmingham Bowl in Alabama. These 2 teams have met just 4 times in the last 77 years, the most recent, though, coming in 2016. Georgia Tech has owned this series, winning the last 6 encounters, but this year has not been the Vanderbilt teams of old, as the Commodores have on their resume an upset of number 1 Alabama, and they held number 5 Texas and number 7 Missouri very close. That's been due largely to their star-studded quarterback Diego Pavia, who had more than 2,100 yards through the air and 17 touchdowns in the regular season, and he started both with his arm and his legs today.
Commodores trying to again open up some more daylight with 10 minutes to play. Right up the middle, Pavia into the end zone, a 6-yard touchdown. A second rushing score for Diego Pavia with a tick under 10 minutes to play, and Vanderbilt taking control here in the fourth quarter of the Birmingham Bowl.
That's Kevin Ingram from Learfield on the call. Pavia 5 total touchdowns tonight, 3 through the air and those 2 on the ground. Vanderbilt's opened it up against Georgia Tech, leading at 35-13. However, the skies also opened in the fourth quarter. This game currently in a weather delay. Elsewhere, 6-6 Arkansas, 8-4 Texas Tech at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis, Tennessee. These 2 programs, old Southwest Conference rivals who played one another nearly every season from 1957 to 1991. Since then, though, only 1 meeting in 2014 as the Razorbacks trounced the Red Raiders 49-28 in Lubbock, and Arkansas has struck first in Memphis.
On first down at their 12-yard lines where they marked it. Green off the zone read, keeps it on the option, outside the numbers at the 10 to the 5, stretches the football out at the goal line, touchdown Arkansas. Talon Green from 12 yards out, and the Hawks strike first.
Arkansas leads at 7-0 5 minutes into this one. That's Chuck Barrett from Learfield on the call. One other bowl game hitting the gridiron at 7:30. It's Texas A&M and USC dueling in the Las Vegas Bowl at Allegiant Stadium. That's your look around college football tonight. When we come back, Derek and Billy wrap things up on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show before we send you out to San Diego and join up with the voice of the Cougs, Chris King. That's all straight ahead as you're listening to Cougar Football on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Do you ever pay attention to overhead power lines? If you're like most people, you don't, but you should. Especially when you're working up on a roof or carrying a ladder outdoors. Kids who climb trees and fly kites and adults with drones need to watch out for power lines too. And on the off chance that you find a downed power line, stay at least 10 feet away and quickly call 911 and Avista. Always pay attention to power lines. It's your best line of defense. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
This is Jason Hansen, and you're listening to Cougar Football on the Washington State Sports Network.
The tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Sirius XM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
All right, welcome back to the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Derek Dyson, Billy Newman here with you for one more segment, although we will be back. I will be back for the Coug Talk postgame show. Grady Emerson is going to be coming in for Billy. So, Billy, this is your final segment of the season here. It's obviously been fun working with you again here, partner.
Yeah, it's been a great year. It's been a lot of fun. Love working with you. For everybody who doesn't know this, and you all know it, I'm sure. Derek is a pro, and he's a great Coug. He's the most amazing Coug historian ever. So he's been fun to work with, and I've learned lots. So it's been a fun year.
Well, yeah, and you've gotten better and better throughout every year as well, too. And just your passion for Cougar football is unmatched as well. So let's just quickly talk about this matchup one more time. I'm looking at video of Zevi Eckhouse warming up on the field right now, and he's going to have his work cut out for him today trying to lead this Cougar offense when he's yet to start a game this season. He is, but here's the thing. Adrenaline is going to kick in, and I would imagine that ball is going to be coming out hot. And so if nothing else, we all know how I feel. I feel like we need to run the football. But if nothing else, we need to run the football just to make sure that he gets into the flow. I can remember my senior year in high school, Carson Palmer was my quarterback who just got the head coaching job at my high school. Your high school. And I know, cool. I was like, well, if it's not going to be me that gets the job, I guess it could be him, the Heisman Trophy winner. So he was a junior. And he came out and obviously had all the talent in the world. But he came out, and this was his first start, and he was just throwing it all over the place, right? Like, he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. And so, luckily, I was the running back, and they got to hand the ball to me a few times, just calm down. And then all of a sudden, he goes for, 400 yards and a couple touchdowns. So, to me, that's the best way to calm down a quarterback who's making his first start in a big appearance is let's just hand the ball off. Let's just keep things under control and then give him the opportunity to throw when we can. Yeah, maybe a couple, shorter throws to just get his confidence up before you start taking some shots downfield for sure. No. Hand the ball off and then just take the shot downfield. All right. There you go. Billy wants to see lots of that play action tonight. And hey, once again, Billy, obviously this team's been decimated by the transfer portal and 5 coaches leaving. But again, Pete Callaghan talked about it. They brought 95 guys down there, and all those guys want to be there representing Washington State tonight, and that still means something. Yeah, it does. And just having Coach Callaghan out there, to me, how much fun is it for him? He gets to be the guy for a day. He's I don't know much about him. I don't think he's, a guy who has aspirations to be a head coach. If that was what he wanted, he probably would have already done that, right? So to me, how much fun is it for him that he gets to be the guy for a day? And then all these guys, they just get this opportunity. To me, just go out there and have fun and take advantage of it. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Cougar Football Saturday on a Friday in San Diego is next with Chris King, Alex Brinken, Jessamine McIntyre. Don't go away. More football with the Cougs coming up next.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Toyotathon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever. With our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time. Now through January 6th, you can lease a Camry LE from just $329 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at Valley RV Supercenter.com.
To enter. Grand prize drawing January 25th. Details at northernquest.com.
This is Cougar Football Saturday on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Looking, has Meredith wide open at the 15, to the 10. A touch goes into the end zone. Slips loose, up on his feet still. Stumbling to the 5, he's into the end zone. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2024 Holiday Bowl. Coming up, we'll get Alex Brink's keys to the game. Check in with Jessamine McIntyre on the sideline. Now, live from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Cougar football is back. It is the Holiday Bowl. Welcome into Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. The Washington State Cougars wrapping up what has been an action-packed fun trip down here in San Diego, including a naval trip tour, a trip to SeaWorld, and now it is game time as the Cougs take on the Syracuse Orange. They are ranked 21 in the latest CFP poll. The Orange, a formidable foe, but the Cougs here, Alex, obviously, change is kind of one of the big themes since we were all last together for a Cougar game, that matchup against Wyoming. A number of things have happened, but one thing we know for sure, there are a ton of guys in a Cougar uniform tonight, chomping at the bit, ready to go. 17 seniors looking to wrap up their WSU careers with a victory and trying to take that Holiday Bowl trophy back to the Palouse.
Yeah, no doubt, Chris. This is a fantastic venue. The Holiday Bowl does such a great job. It's such a great week for these young men and the coaches that are here. And if there's one thing that's true, is change is constant. There's no doubt about it. But Washington State through and through will always show up. And these young men out here on this field, I believe, are going to put their best foot forward. And I'm so excited to see guys like Zevi Eckhouse get out and get their opportunity. Excited to see a guy like Kyle Thornton, who's bled crimson and gray, get a chance to finish his career off on a high note. Guys like Nick Edwards, wide receiver coach, who's going to call plays, has had an opportunity in the past to call plays. The FCS Cal Poly gets a chance on a big stage here. There's a lot of great storylines happening, and I think for Washington State, it's a really unique opportunity to step into the limelight and do something positive in a time that's been obviously challenging in the last few weeks.
You look at the records, the Cougs 8-4 on the year, but they're trying to end the season on a victory after a year that has featured so many highs, a little bit of a tougher spell to end the season, and now a chance here in the bowl game to wrap up with a victory. Syracuse 9-3 on the year. They went 5-3 in the ACC, and their last time out, a very impressive victory over Miami. That was back on November 30th. Put up plenty of points to get that victory, 42-38. Well, let's dive right into it. It's time now for Alex Brink's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Coors Light. Alex, a unique set of circumstances here tonight. What would you say your keys for this one are?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, there's so many things that are different new faces. But I think there's one thing to me that stands out. That's number 2, Kyle Williams. That young man needs to touch the football a lot of times tonight. We've talked about it through the course of this season. When he touches the football, good things happen. Well, there's a really good thing that's happening tonight for him, and that's his wide receiver coach. His coach is calling plays, right? So I got to imagine Kyle Williams is going to get in the mix. And you heard his comments this week, right? There's a chip on the shoulder of Kyle Williams about who he is, what the crimson and gray means to him, and what it means to him to get out and come and play, right? He could go to the NFL. He could be done, right, and preparing for the NFL draft. Instead, he's out here competing with his teammates and his brothers. I think Kyle Williams is a big piece of the puzzle if Washington State is going to be successful, partially because Zevi Eckhouse, as a first-time starter this season, is going to need a safety blanket, and I think that's Williams. So let's see if Williams can get somewhere in the range of 8 to 12 touches this game, get targeted a lot. I think that'll make a big difference on defense for Washington State. This is all about making the quarterback for Syracuse, Kyle McCord, uncomfortable, right? If Kyle McCord gets a drop back and pass with little pressure, he's going to dice you up. He's a very gifted player, transfer from Ohio State, an 11-game winner there, gets booted out of Columbus, if you can imagine that, and ends up here with Fran Brown in Syracuse. And I think you got to bring pressure. You can't sit back and play coverage. You can't do it. So I'd like to see some blitz packages. I'd like to see some things to make McCord get off his spot.
Well, that is something we will talk about coming up with the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. We'll have that interview. As we remind you, that is Alex Brink's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. Well, still to come as we get you ready for kickoff here tonight at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. It's the Holiday Bowl. The Cougs taking on Syracuse. Well, when we come back, we'll head down to the field for the first time and hear from Jessamine McIntyre. We'll also get those pregame thoughts from the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. And, of course, we will have kickoff here from San Diego. The Cougs and Syracuse getting ready to clash. It is the Holiday Bowl. More after this. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
And now it's a BOGO situation with buy one, get one for $1 on Sausage McMuffin, burritos, hash browns, and more. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hello, Cougar family. This is Jedediah Collins.
This is Joshua Anderson.
This is Dan Buchanan. You're listening to Cougar Football.
Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
Ho, ho! Welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Time for a look at the Pullman Regional Hospital Injury Report. As the official hospital of Washington State University Athletics, Pullman Regional Hospital takes care of Cougs.
Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl. Washington State clashing with Syracuse, and for the first time tonight, let's head down to the sideline. Jessamine McIntyre standing by. Jess, take it away. What do you have for us as we get ready for the start of this bowl matchup for the Cougs?
Well, I can say that I am reporting from a much improved field surface than we saw when we played San Diego State just a month or so ago, month and a half ago. We do remember there was a monster truck rally the night before that game, and it was like running in a sandpit. Well, they have replaced all of the turf here. It is still natural grass, but it is in much better shape, so hopefully that doesn't become a problem. I know the equipment staff for that last game had brought an entire set of replaceable cleats that could have helped them out if they needed it. Now, it wasn't necessary, or no players really took them up on that offer, but that's how prepared they were for how bad this field surface was. So hopefully no sandpit running today. Now, when it comes to this game, obviously, we're going to be looking at something different, namely Zebiak House starting at quarterback, and that will change the way that this offense is run. As we know, Ben Arbuckle is now in Oklahoma, and so that means Nick Edwards will be calling this game. And so offensive plays putting in, we were able to talk to him before the game, and we're not going to see as much downfield that we did with Mateer, less design quarterback run plays as well, because he's not as much of a runner as John Mateer was. So we're looking at something different. However, Nick Edwards did say we're still going to be us. Leo Pulalasi will be starting in the running back position. Obviously, we know Wayshawn Parker is in the transfer portal. He's gone. So Leo Pulalasi and Javency Schlembaker will get the majority of those snaps at running back. We'll also see a lot more checkdowns. Nick Edwards is going to be patient in getting the play calls in, because, guys, these coaching staff is taxed with a lot of different and ramped up responsibilities during this game. Nick also told us that they're going to sustain drives, and that is really the focus on this. They want to keep the defense, who is much more depleted than the offense when it comes to players who are not with them today. So sustain drives, long drives, keeping the defense off the field as much as possible. And as we were also told, we're going to have to score a lot of points today, because Syracuse is an extremely efficient offense as we've seen them throughout the year. So this is going to be an interesting one. Also on the offensive side, unfortunately, Cooper Mathers, who missed the final game of the regular season, he is unable to go today. However, Devin Kalani, huge part of the leadership of this team, and obviously at center, he is back and ready to go. So we know that he missed the last 2 games of the regular season. Absolutely wonderful to see him back with this team. So I think, there's a couple of guys that I talked to. I asked Jahad Woods, who is linebackers coach today. I asked him if these guys were playing with nothing to lose, and he said absolutely not. We're playing with everything to gain. And so these guys have been focused for the last 4 weeks preparing for this game. It is a brotherhood, and you got to look at the seniors. Kyle Williams coming out here. I know that he's got a shot at the next level, and that's not taking away from any of the other seniors, but coming out here and not opting out of this bowl game, one last game with their brothers, especially for the seniors, and we'll just see how this plays out. We're going to take it one play at a time altogether.
Well, thank you, Jess. And it is a bummer about Cooper Mathers. 17 seniors on the team, and Cooper Mathers this year setting the record for most tight ends by a touchdown in a season in program history with 6. So Cooper Mathers, who's had a great journey, started as a walk-on, then started out as a linebacker, making the move to tight end. Unfortunate that he will not be able to play tonight, but something that Jess touched on there, getting Devin Kalani back. So this offensive line, you're without Fa'alili Fa'amoe, but this is the same starting offensive line you had to start the year. This is the offensive line that won you the Apple Cup. This is the offensive line that you had out there when you beat Texas Tech.
Yeah, I don't think you lose as much on the offensive line as maybe you would have thought initially. I think it took Lely a fair amount of time to kind of get back into it coming off injury. I don't think he ever quite reached the level of play he was at the previous 2 seasons. And I would argue that the offensive line had some of their best outings with Christian Hilborn at right tackle, Ratia Lavea at left guard. So getting Kalani back was the big piece of it, right? Because he's obviously kind of the quarterback of that offensive line. But again, I think part of this process is understanding that with a guy like Cooper Mathers others out, we do get to see a young player like Trey Lechner, who was highly recruited, highly sought after player, saw him do some good things during the season. He could step up and earn an opportunity. You're going to see some guys at the receiver position without Chris Hudson in. Maybe we get Tony Freeman back in the mix, who had a big game or a couple big catches earlier in the year. Again, think about against Washington, had some touches against Texas Tech, and then as you keep going, Josh Meredith has a chance to maybe step up. After he obviously had a big Apple Cup, and then we hadn't seen as much of him throughout the year. So again, there's bullets in the chamber. I told that to Billy and to Derek for Washington State's offense, and I think when I think about Nick Edwards, I'm excited to see what direction he goes with how he calls these plays and gets Zevi Eckhouse into good situations.
The man we're going to talk to next, if things go as planned and as hoped for the Cougs, he'll be doused with eggnog by hot dog eating champion Joey Chestnut when this is all said and done. That is what will happen to the winning coach. We will sit down and talk with the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. That will be right after this. We're getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl here in San Diego. Washington State facing Syracuse. More after this timeout. This is Cougar Football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a Go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Hey, this is DeVar Darling.
Throws a fade right side for the receiver. Touchdown, Darling, Washington State.
You're listening to Cougar Football.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Kickoff is just moments away. Time now to get the pregame thoughts of the head coach. Presented by Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Earn bragging rights at Northern Quest in Spokane, Washington. With more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest. Yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. Now with Coach, here's Chris King.
Well, here we are on the cusp of kickoff. Been a number of changes for the program since the last time the team was in action back on November 30th. How has it been just navigating everything and here with this opportunity to play here in the Holiday Bowl tonight?
Yeah, just a couple of changes. I like how you said that. Yeah, there's been some changes, and then everything that we've had to navigate. You know, you look at these young men and how resilient they are and their character. They've come together. They pull together even tighter, and I'm really excited to watch them play tonight.
One of those guys that Coug fans have got a little taste of, but we'll see more in this game, is Zevi Eckhouse. What can you tell us about what WSU fans should expect to see from Zevi? We saw him in that Portland State game. He's played a lot in his career, but a great opportunity for him tonight.
You know, what you're going to see from Zevi, I think you're going to see an offense that's going to rally around him. Receivers that are going to catch the ball, get some yak, and the O-lines can protect. But because Zevi's such a leader and so selfless, and he established himself as a leader back in January.
This is a talented Syracuse team the Cougs are going up against in this game, ranked in the top 25 in the nation. What has stood out most about the Orange when prepping for this game? You know, looking at both sides of the ball defensively, and they're too high and they're 4 down, 3 down front. What they do is their mixture, what they do with their coverages, how they attack the passer. They do a really good job. They don't make mistakes. They play relentless on defense. Offensively, they get the ball out quick. I mean, everyone knows they're averaging 397 a game in the air off the RPOs and their threats. The receivers are big and long and take the ball out of the air. They do a really good job. That quarterback for them, Kyle McCord, you look at the national rankings, he's all over the place. He's 5th in single-season passing yards in ACC history. You touched on him a little bit, but what kind of challenge is that going to be going up against McCord, who finished 10th in the Heisman voting this year? You know, to challenge him, we're going to have to disrupt the passer in any way we can. You know, and how are you going to do that in the RPO game? You got to have the ability to let some guys go on the edge and maybe get some PBUs. And you know, as you watch all season long, it's the guys, it's people that batted balls down, you know, that he held on to just a little bit too long. And so we're going to find a way to affect the passer. Anything we haven't touched on that you feel like, hey, this has got to be a very important factor for the Cougs to have success in this matchup? Yeah, you know I have. You know, that's deep down in my heart. You know, you want the best for these young men in this last opportunity to come together. And then, like I said, everything that the last 8 days, what they've been through. And yes, you want to end this with success for this group of men. And then a bowl experience is beyond just a game. I'm talking before with Quinn Roff. You're in, you're out if you play a game like he's done here in San Diego in his hometown. How has it been, everything that comes with bonding as a team off the field and then having the game here today? Well, I think it was really important to get down here. I really do. Just the fact that so they could see the Redcoats, the Holiday Bowl committee, the game that they put on, one of the top bowl games you could be in, and to understand the achievements that they achieved throughout this year and the reward. And I know as soon as we came down here, I just wanted them to sense that, everything that they achieved, because there's just been that cloud over them for the past week, as we all know. Anything else you want WSU fans to know about all the hard work? Because this is the end of the journey of the season, and talk about some amazing highs and just all that has happened. From that first game against Portland State, all the work going into that, just to hear this opportunity, this last hurrah for the team. You know, just for the Coug fans, I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for all the support, all the messages that I've received, and then all the messages that I've gotten and the team has gotten from former players, alumni, Jack Thompson coming in, and guys speaking to the team. I just want to say thank you for rallying with us. Coach, appreciate the time. Thanks so much, and best of luck here tonight. Thank you very much.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hampton Inn Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton Inn Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Hey, this is Brandon Gibson,
Jared Carstetter, Gino Simone,
Jeff Toole. You're listening to Washington State Football.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan with big savings by helping them grow their money with Smart Plus checking. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Sirius XM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
On a nice night here in San Diego, and most of the evenings come that way here in San Diego. We are getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl back at Snapdragon Stadium. Washington State going to square off against Syracuse. This matchup against a team that was one of the top in the ACC this year. The Cougs looking for a victory here in the Holiday Bowl, a spot that they have been at before. This is their 5th appearance in the Holiday Bowl, the most among the program's 19 bowl appearances. Cougs lost their first time in the Holiday Bowl to BYU in 1981, that tight game 38-36. A great win, beating 5th-ranked Texas 28-20 in 2003, then fell to Minnesota in 2016, and then Michigan State a loss in 2017. Cougs 8-10 all-time in bowl games. One thing we know, it's not just the game itself, there's everything that comes with it. And Jess, we just saw a little bit of that falling out of the sky here at Snapdragon Stadium.
Yeah, we certainly did. The leapfrogs, which are military paratroopers essentially, who now do these stunts over games and everything. They're mostly retired, not active duty members, but they jump out of planes above the stadium, and 4 of them just masterfully parachuted onto the center of the field. We've seen game balls delivered this way before, but in the in the, let's just say, spirit of the rivalry that we're going to watch today, a one-time rivalry since 1952, we saw a Cougar jersey fly in, we saw a Syracuse jersey fly in, and a couple others. We had a sparkler off of one of these troopers too. It's just really cool. I'm a sucker for the pageantry of these games, guys, and I'm sure we'll probably get a flyover after the anthem too.
Well, and here we are, Jess. You're down on the field. We got the American flag about to be unfolded. That is the size of the entire field. So this is a production. There are, what is that, 100 people, Alex? We're looking from the booth here.
Right.
100 people? What would you say? Is that
gotta be
100 people about ready to have the flag out to cover up the whole field. This is the second all-time meeting between WSU and Syracuse. Syracuse winning the first one, which was played actually the home of the Buffalo Bills. The Carrier Dome was being built at that point when the two teams played before. And the Cougs do have some San Diego guys. We heard on the pregame show from Quinn Roth talking about getting to wrap up his college career in his hometown. Beyond that, there's Dean Janikowski wrapping up his college career, Jack Janikowski, Josh Meredith, and then Jihad Woods, who is just mentioned serving as the linebackers coach for this game. Also guys from San Diego, and a ton of Cougs in California, specifically Southern California. And Alex, unfortunately, you had some travel woes yesterday. You weren't able to join us for the bowl preview show, but Jess and I discussed this, just what it was like the last time that we were here earlier this season. Second time this year the Cougs have played at Snapdragon Stadium, and I just think back of that scene, the Cougs pulling out a tie victory over San Diego State, and how loud the Coug fans were singing the fight song here in this building after the win.
Well, just looking around, you know the Washington State faithful traveled well to Southern California to come down, and it's a great bowl, and San Diego is a great place to host it. So, from my experience, in 03, I remember it well.
Well, we will step aside here. We are getting ready for kickoff in San Diego. The Holiday Bowl right around the corner. Washington State taking on Syracuse. You are listening to Cougar Football from Lear Field.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled that counts, am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
This is Cougar Football on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. By U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave. Barbasol. SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of Washington State Athletics. And by Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Earn bragging rights at Northern Quest with more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest. Yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. It's game time on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Now, live from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, alongside three-time All-Pac quarterback Alex Brink and veteran sideline reporter Jessamine McIntyre, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
One last time in 2024 for the Cougar football team, an opportunity to wrap up the season with a victory and to bring back to the Palouse that Holiday Bowl championship trophy. Washington State taking on the 21st ranked Syracuse squad out of the ACC, making their way down here to San Diego. One thing it's just about guaranteed, you come here to San Diego, weather's going to be pretty good. Right now, mostly overcast, 60 degrees, winds at 3 miles per hour. Syracuse runs out of the tunnel, makes their way out onto the field. Not the most intimidating mascot for Syracuse. Butch would definitely win the battle, but Syracuse making their way out onto the field wearing their orange pants, their white tops, orange helmets with the blue S on the front. Well, right now we are at the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Cougar Football from Learfield.
For conservative thought, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastway, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
Coin toss coming up right around the corner, which means we will take our final timeout. When we return, not only time for the coin toss, it will be kickoff here in San Diego. The Holiday Bowl, Washington State squaring off with Syracuse. This is Cougar Football from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, Gisa donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at Gisa.com. Go Cougs.
Washington State football is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
Want to earn some extra money this winter? Spokane International Airport is hiring multiple seasonal snow removal equipment operators. These are on-call positions for the upcoming winter season from November 2024 to March 2025. You can earn up to $36 an hour. Some positions require a CDL, and previous experience in operating snow removal equipment is highly preferred. Join our team today. Learn more and apply by visiting SpokaneAirports.net.
This Cougar football tailgating moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
It is the Holiday Bowl. Coin toss taking place at midfield. Jess, what do you have for us?
Well, Syracuse got to call the coin toss, just considering that they are officially the visiting team here. They called tails. It came up heads, and the Cougs elected to defer. So we will see them start out with the defense on the field.
Thank you, Jess. Great to be here at Snapdragon Stadium. Jessamine McIntyre down on the field. David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett back in the U.S. Bank Network studios. Jerry Kylo, our engineer, and next to Alex Brink, Chris King along with you. We appreciate you making Cougar football a part of your evening. And obviously, we touched on this before, but plenty of change for the program since we had our last broadcast, since the team was last in action. But I'll tell you what, Alex, you see this team out on the field. They're bouncing with enthusiasm. These guys are thrilled for the opportunity. And Zeviakos right now warming up. The word opportunity comes to mind. This is a big chance for Zeviakos, who's been behind Jean Matier, to shine here tonight.
No doubt about it. The whole program really, look, this is a top 25 Syracuse football team. Just knocked Miami out of the playoff race. You know, they have high expectations, and you're playing on a nationally televised game, you know, for Washington State. With all that is going on, what an opportunity to get a chance to go out and show what Cougar football is all about, what these young men, the work these young men have put in. And, you know, I'm thinking about the defense starting it off, seeing how they can set the tone against a really good Syracuse offense. Playmakers all over the field. This Washington State defense is going to have to be at their best today. Find a way to make plays. Get back in that turnover forcing mentality that they've had. 3 turnovers forced last time out against Wyoming. That same type of flying around, really bringing the physicality is going to be vital.
Cougs in their crimson pants, crimson tops, numbers in white. They've got the gray helmets with the crimson Cougar head logo on it. Syracuse orange pants, white tops, numbers in orange with the blue outline, orange helmets, and the blue S logo. We are ready for football. Dean Janikowski back in his home area here in San Diego. What a career he has had as a Coug, both on and off the field. His great work off the field that has been recognized. Wrapping up his WSU career, Yasin Willis awaiting the kick for Syracuse. Lights are on, pretty much in full effect here. 60 degrees our temperature in San Diego. Here's the kickoff. Willis will bring it out right at the goal line. Willis to the 15, to the 20, has a little bit of room out past the 25, and he will be tackled from behind for Washington State. Making the stop is Jalen Edmond. It will go down as a 26-yard return, and Syracuse will see their offense out on the field at the 26-yard line. Kyle McCord, Alex, this is one heck of a quarterback. The Cougs are going to have their hands full tonight.
He was really gifted coming out of high school. That's why he ended up at Ohio State to begin with and took the Buckeyes nearly into the college football playoff last year. Despite that loss to Michigan, got run out of Columbus by Ryan Day, which was baffling in my mind. And boy, did he land in a good spot in Syracuse. Fran Brown, the head coach, got a good one.
Here's the first snap. It's a flip to the back into the hands of Trevor Pena, playmaker for him, gets to the perimeter, finally shoved out of bounds for Washington State, but not before. Syracuse gets the first down out to the 43-yard line, so a healthy gain. They'll move the sticks on first down.
Part of the success for Syracuse, the offensive coordinator Jeff Nixon is a really good play caller. He kind of runs what they call a pro spread offense, so it's not really air raid, but it's got air raid concepts, really good running game, very multiple.
16 yards on the first down play. Currently waiting to take the direct snap if this formation stays is LaQuint Allen, their standout running back. Now it's Kyle McCord back awaiting the snap out of the shotgun. Puts Pena in motion from right to left. On their own 43, first and 10, play action, pressure in the face, gets rid of it quickly, but that pressure pays off. It is an incompletion, and for Washington State, we see Rayam Stevenson. He had sacks in back-to-back games against Texas Tech and UW. That was early in the year, been a little quiet since, but he was right up in the grill of McCord, forcing that incompletion.
Well, one thing we know about Washington State's defense, maybe a little undersized, but a lot of team speed, and I think Nixon on that play call, too slow developing, trying to fake a run, then throw a rail down the sideline to the running backs, and Rayam Stevenson just came off the edge, shot like a cannon, and put McCord on his back, forced him to throw it away.
Bryson Lamb, Andrew Edson playing in the interior. Here's the snap, 2nd and 10. McCord with time over the middle in some traffic, incompletion, looking to connect with Jackson Meeks, but it was Stephen Hall in coverage. Back-to-back incompletions, opening drive of the game, and here Syracuse still in their own territory, facing 3rd and 10.
And that's a matchup I was intrigued to see. Jackson Meeks is the big play threat for Syracuse, transfer from Georgia. He's a guy that's made a ton of plays, nearly 1,000 yards receiving, but Stephen Hall, number 1 for Washington State, the lockdown corner, going toe-to-toe with him right there and forcing the incompletion.
From their own 43, Syracuse, the only FBS program with 3 players averaging 70 or more receiving yards per game. Here's this snap, 4-man pressure. McCord with some time, throws in the flat, and it's dropped. It's dropped by LaQuint Allen, the running back who's used a lot in the passing game for the Orange. Can't hang on to it. It's 4th down, and the punting unit will come out. Well, we know that WSU does not quite have the exact same roster that we've seen throughout most of the season, but how big of a victory is this, Alex, to force not a 3-and-out, but only giving up 1 first down?
Great start for Washington State's defense. On 3rd down, they show pressure, then drop out of it, force McCord to check it down to LaQuint Allen, number 2 in the nation in receptions by a running back, and he just flat drops the ball. Would have been tackled for a short gain anyway, but Cougs get off the field.
Tony Freeman back at the 10-yard line, awaiting the punt from Jack Stonehouse. Stonehouse on pace to set the Syracuse season record for punt average. The play clock at 0.
Yeah, and Cougs showing a lot of misdirection on their punt, showing punt block, but moving around, and it really confused the Syracuse punt.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
Really confused the Syracuse punt defense. They were unsure of who to block. Cougs bouncing around and forced that 5-yard penalty.
No score here, Holiday Bowl. Syracuse getting the ball to begin the game. But the Cougar defense forcing a punt. 13:55 to go. Here's the snap, pressure coming, nearly blocked. Freeman at the 20 will grab it. A little room near side, still up on his feet. Shakes a couple of Syracuse defenders and brought down near the 25. There's a flag down close to the original line of scrimmage, all the way back at the 41.
I wonder if the Cougs were offsides, brought the punt block, nearly got there.
It was 4th and 15 after that delay of game.
Legal formation on the kicking team. 5 players in the backfield. The 5-yard penalty will be added on to the end of the kick. First down.
Well, here we go. The Cougs get an extra 5 yards, and we will see Zevi Eckhouse for the first time as the Washington State starter. He saw the most action, going 6 of 7 passing at the end of the season opener against Portland State. 3-year player at Bryant, the FCS school back in Rhode Island. last year was a Walter Payton Award finalist, threw for over 2,900 yards. That goes to the top player at the FCS level. Cougs have it. 1st and 10 from their own 32. Eckhouse with Pulalasi in the backfield. Here's the snap. It's a handoff to Pulalasi, straight up the middle. A little bit of good push there right away as Pulalasi falls forward. And that will go down as a gain of 3 for Pulalasi, setting up 2nd and 7.
Yeah, and right away, see Nick Edwards get into the downhill running game. Pulalasi, that's what he's great at. He gets vertical, one cut. Want to see him find that second level.
Williams to the left of Eckhouse. To the right, it's the tight end Trey Lechner, then Josh Meredith, and split out wide. It is Carlos Hernandez. The snap, Cougs keep it on the ground. Right back to Pulalasi as he's tripped up, getting 2 yards straight up the gut again. So 5 yards on 2 carries for the first offensive possession for the Cougs, and a critical play here. No score. 3rd and 5 for Washington State at their own 42, or I should say their own 37.
Yeah, and Syracuse runs a similar defense to Washington State. 4-2-5 nickel. Elijah Robinson, the defensive coordinator. They're going to mix up 2 high, 1 high safeties. Here he's showing light boxes, forcing Washington State into running the football.
Shotgun snap, pressure coming. Eckhouse gets rid of it, finds Carlos Hernandez, and after the catch, able to pick up the yardage needed for the first down. Washington State looking for 5. Hernandez with his legs stretches it out to get 7. A big 3rd down conversion for Zevi Eckhouse, and this drive stays alive for the Cougs. Tempo here for Washington State. Snap back to Eckhouse. Slings it near side. Kyle Williams makes a grab. Makes one Syracuse defender miss. Still up on his feet. Shakes another member of that Syracuse secondary. And he's into Syracuse territory to the 39-yard line.
Nick Edwards told me before the game, Zevi Eckhouse is going to get him in the right spot pre-snap. He is very good at recognizing coverage on that 3rd down. He's getting blitz. He sees it. He gets the ball out quick to Carlos Hernandez. Then on that tempo play, sees off coverage to Kyle Williams, gets the ball out on time to his big play receiver, who's able to make run after the catch.
Nearly 20 yards on that reception. Here's the snap. Faking a sweep play. Eckhouse going to keep it for himself, looking for a block, and going to pick up a yard or 2, hard-earned by Eckhouse. Slow developing play, seeing if something was there, but still a positive pickup of 2 yards. No score. First offensive drive for the Cougs. The defense forcing a punt, and Washington State 2nd and 8 in Syracuse territory.
Yeah, Zevi Eckhouse, he's a good athlete in his own right. Over 700 yards rushing in his career at Bryant University. He's a guy that can pick up extra yardage with his legs. I like Nick Edwards using the quarterback-designed run there to keep Syracuse off balance.
Empty set, 5 wide receivers in the game, including Brandon Ganasha-Moore, the speed guy, can go over the top. Eckhouse takes the snap, will look to go over the top, heaves it up towards the end zone. Kyle Williams with the catch, wrestled down at the 5-yard line. Washington State, the big strike there, 27 yards. Williams going to be marked down at the 5. It's 1st and goal for the Cougs, looking to draw first blood here in the Holiday Bowl.
I was intrigued watching tape. Syracuse likes to play a lot of man coverage, and Nick Edwards does a nice job getting Kyle Williams on the inside in the slot, matched up against a lesser defender. Man coverage. Zevi Eckhouse recognizes it, throws the slot fade over the top for a big play.
1st and goal from the 5. Schlimbaker, the running back. The snap, the give to Javinsky, straight up the gut, and he will get a yard. That's it there for Javinsky Schlimbaker. So the Cougs are in the Rose Hours Red Zone. This year when the Cougs are in the Red Zone, it is brought to you by Rose Hours Supermarkets. Shop local in Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Oregon. Rooted in the Northwest, Rose Hours Red Zone.
Interesting to see what the red zone package looks like for Washington State. Billy Revere in, Trey Lechner in. You know you can utilize fly sweep. Again, Zevi Eckhouse good enough running the football. You can lean into the quarterback run game also.
2nd and goal from the 4 on the sweep. Hernandez in motion. It will be a design run for Eckhouse. Up the middle. He's on his feet. He's into the end zone. A 4-yard run for Zevi Eckhouse. And the Coug offense comes out of the gate and makes a statement. Washington State jumps out to the 6-0 lead here in the Holiday Bowl. Alex, could you have asked for a better start when it comes to complimentary football for the Cougs?
Well, there's one thing that we know, Chris, is that Cougs won't back down from anybody, and Washington State is not afraid of this moment. Zevi Eckhouse is not afraid of this moment, takes advantage of the quick out by the defense and puts a drive together. We see the best of what he can do. Quick passing game, vertical passing game, a little bit of athleticism to run it in for a touchdown. Washington State off to a hot start.
Here's Dean Janikowski on for the point after attempt. From down here in San Diego, Janikowski, the last game of his Cougar career, splits the uprights, makes the point after, and the Cougs jump out to a 7-0 lead. The defense giving up just one first down before Syracuse was forced to punt, and Xavier Eckhouse in his first Washington State start, engineering an 8-play, 68-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 57 seconds, which ended with a quarterback using his own legs to get the 4-yard TD run. More from Snapdragon Stadium after this. Washington State leads Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl 7-0. First quarter, 9:47 to go. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit WSUCougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, it is the Holiday Bowl. Washington State jumping out to a 7-0 lead on Syracuse, 9:47 to go. The Cougs getting a touchdown drive, the first time the offense out on the field, but Jess, as we head down to you on the sideline, it was the defense that really set up that hot start for the Cougs that the offense was able to build on.
Yeah, and it absolutely was. And as we've mentioned, this is kind of a new-look defense with the names that we're seeing on the back of these jerseys. As the Cougs prepare to kick off right now, the defense will take the field again. And there are some landmark moments for some of these guys. First career start for Bryson Lamb, second career start for Jamari Colson and Rayam Stevenson, and the first career start for Parker McKenna. So a lot of opportunities that we're seeing out here, and they're making the most of it so far, guys, only letting up that one first down on Syracuse's opening drive.
I mean, Alex, a hot start is important in any game, but there's been a lot that has happened to this program. Guys who were here for the vast majority of the season are not here for the Holiday Bowl. What does it mean to get off to a beginning like this and to have that confidence build right away? Well, it quickly reminds you that you are a 1.81 team, ranked, competing for the college football playoff potentially, right? And so I think for Washington State, it just gets the juice flowing for these young men and for these coaches, right? That, have been really battling for the last few weeks. Yasin Willis awaits the kickoff from Dean Janikowski. Janikowski drills it over his head. It will be a touchback. I think it's worth repeating. The acting head coach for this game is Pete Caligas, and someone who is just universally respected. You talk to anyone around the program. A great background for him. Obviously, an outstanding playing career happened on the other side of the state, but an offensive lineman at the University of Washington, and then an outstanding track and field player. Actually participated in the Olympic trials for track and field in the shot put. Then started his coaching career on the strength and conditioning side. Then was at Montana and Wyoming for over a decade, and here at WSU. And someone who is just universally well thought of, and it really seems like the right person to rally the team under these circumstances. And what a start he has the Cougs off to in this game. Time out on the field. We'll step aside ourselves. Syracuse back on offense. We return. Holiday Bowl. Washington State leads Syracuse 7-0. First quarter, 9:47 to go. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Monday, December 30th at the Spokane Arena. Come watch the Cougar men's basketball team as they host a West Coast Conference home game against Loyola Marymount. Tickets are available now at ticketswest.com. That first conference game of the season will be tomorrow night. Myself, Craig Elam, will be there at the University of Portland. 10-3 for David Riley's squad to start non-conference play. What a beginning of the season it has been for the Cougar men's basketball team as we welcome you back here to Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. Lights are on in full effect with Jessamine McIntyre down on the field. Here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. The Cougs up 7-0 on Syracuse. The Orange got the ball to begin this game. The Cougar defense forced to punt, and the offense put together a drive that ended up with a Zevi Eckhouse 4-yard TD run. The defense looked good there. What will it take, Alex, for the defense to keep this rolling? With guys missing and guys not playing in this game, the defense was hit harder than the offense.
Yeah, they sure were. But even then, I'm looking out here, and I see a lot of guys that have played a lot of snaps for Washington State. Jamoria Colson was pegged to be a starter, obviously, and then got hurt. And Ethan O'Connor obviously came in and played fantastic at corner. Tyson Durant's out there. You see Kapena Gushikin out there, right? The linebacker position.
The snap, it is Kyle McCord giving it to LaQuint Allen. First time Allen has really been able to wiggle with some room. Allen, not quite the first down. He'll be stopped short of it. A 9-yard gain for Allen. Allen 13th in the nation in total touchdowns. He had 14 of those on the ground. That was 23rd most in the nation. 2nd and 1. They feed Allen once more, lowers his shoulders, gets past Tanner Moku, breaks a tackle, and has to be brought down from behind by Andrew Edson. So sticking with the ground game, and a pickup there of over 10 yards. Gets Syracuse out to the 47-yard line.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest mismatch for Washington State is they're down 3 defensive linemen that were the starters essentially, right, and the rotational guys. And so interior, you're definitely down some men, and you're missing, you have Tanner Moku playing at the safety position who's got to step up and make some plays.
After the 14-yard run, it's another quick give to Allen, third straight of the drive, but Allen brought down from behind by Quinn Roth. It will be a gain of 1. We talked to Quinn Roth on the pregame show, San Diego native, a senior, and he said he's already got his next opportunity lined up. He's going to head to Tempe and be a strength and conditioning intern as a coach for the Arizona State football team.
That's awesome. Great for him, and boy, he's a guy that's battled his entire career, had some injuries, but been productive, and a night like tonight again is for guys like him in his hometown, a chance to make an impact right there, makes a good play on first down.
7-0 Cougs up. It is 2nd and 9, looking deep. McCord puts it up, has a man, and the catch is made. Darrell Gill Jr. got a little separation on his defender. That ball heaved up. It appeared to be up for grabs, but the catch is made inside the 30-yard line all the way down to the 28. 32 yards on that reception. Cougs up 7-0, but Syracuse making a big charge here.
And Cougs brought pressure there, and McCord's smart to get that ball up and down, and I think Stephen Hall just didn't see it because the ball's a little underthrown. I thought Hall would make a play on it, but it was almost like he didn't see the ball, and Gill was able to step in front.
Empty set, 1st and 10. McCord surveying, plenty of time. Now some pressure in his face. Flings it up, has an open target, and that pass will be hauled inside the 20-yard line. Making the grab there is Yasin Willis, who we've seen in the kickoff return game.
He's a big back, but good athlete. Willis is split out, matched up on Tanner Moku, and it looks like they're trying to take advantage of that matchup. Moku did a good job in coverage, but Cougs couldn't get home on McCord, so he had some time to let it play out, eventually found a completion.
Marked down at the 19, a gain of 5. 2nd and 5. The snap looking towards the end zone. The pass is caught. Syracuse able to answer back. Touchdown reception by Trevor Pena. Pena leading the ACC, 16th in the nation in catches per game. 2nd team all conference. It's his 8th touchdown of the season. And while the Cougar defense was able to force a punt on Syracuse's first drive, a different story here is this very potent Syracuse offense, 9th in the nation in total offense, gets a 19-yard connection, finishing off that 75-yard touchdown drive. And it will be a point after attempt to try to tie this game up. Cougs jumped out to an early lead. Gate formation here. The punter, Jack Stonehouse, will take this snap. It's a give on a sweep play, looking for the edge. This is going to be close. Tackle at the end for the Cougs made by Kapina Gushikin, and they'll say that it is good. Oh, so close in real time as to whether or not Gushikin was able to make that tackle near the goal line or not. Taking a closer look.
The field.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like getting on that play was Darrell Gill Jr. So the 2-point conversion is good, and Syracuse will take the lead on Washington State. Actually, Jackson Kennedy. So Kennedy on the trick play, a little special teams trick play from Syracuse here, giving Syracuse the 8-7 lead. Cougar offense will look to answer back when we return. First quarter here, it is the Holiday Bowl down in San Diego. Cougs down to Syracuse, 8-7. You were listening to Washington State football from Lear Field.
Toyotathon is on. The perfect time to shop for a new SUV with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 6th, get any new 24 or 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander with 5.99 APR financing, including hybrid models, subject to approved credit through TFS. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The expected SeatGeek.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal field of play, the Cooney Law Offices team has been practicing since 1949. Cooney Law Offices knows how to advance your case, strategically defend, and get you into the end zone when it comes to a personal injury, family law, DUI defense, criminal defense, wills and estates, and employment law. If you've got a legal problem, don't settle for less. Cooney can help. Visit www.jcooney.com. Cooney for Cougs.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2024. Welcome back to Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. It is the Holiday Bowl. Cougs now trail Syracuse 8-7. Cougar defense forcing to punt on the first drive, and the offense turning around and answering with a touchdown drive of their own. 8 plays, 68 yards. Evie Eckhouse in his first WSU start, getting a 4-yard TD run, but Syracuse landing a counterpunch, and they did it quickly. 6 plays, 75 yards, took 2 minutes and 44 seconds. They went for 2 and got it, so they have the 8-7 lead. What did you see there, Alex, from the Syracuse offense that allowed them to mmove the ball down the field so quickly?
Yeah, you just see what makes them special, right? Number one is Kyle McCord, the quarterback, but you also see LaQuint Allen, the running back, 6 foot 201. He doesn't just catch the ball at the backfield. He's also a strong runner. He really got that drive going for them. And when they get the running game going, you see the challenges it puts on the defense. Washington State decides to come down and play more man coverage.
Review. The try is no good. The runner had a foot out of bounds, and the ball was short of the goal line. The score should reflect 6 points for Syracuse, 7 for Washington State. Thank you.
There we go. But for Washington State, they got to play more man coverage, and Stephen Hall gets put on an island against a guy like Trevor Pena, who's one of the leading receivers in the ACC. McCord's able to locate back shoulder throws and push the ball downfield. So that'll be a challenge for the Cougs all night, is that vertical passing game.
It's the first time all year as here's the kickoff. Leighton Smithson back to return it. It will go over his head for a touchback that we went to a commercial break with 1 score and came back and immediately had another. And there was no big production around it. The monitor wasn't out. They weren't taking a closer look on the field. But Cougs getting some good news there. As that is our first close shave instant replay of the night, which is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. Cougs with this 7-6 lead, as we just heard, the 2-point conversion reviewed during the break. Not good. Evie Eckhouse, pistol formation. Leo Pulalasi, the running back. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Bounces to the outside. Stiff arms one Syracuse defender. Gets to the edge. Finally spun down from behind. Deuce Chestnut with the tackle. And he will get a gain of 3, maybe 4 yards there. Chestnut, we've got Joey Chestnut, the great competitive eater in the house. He just chugged a big glass of eggnog. Alex, let's see if Pete Caligas will get eggnog doused on him. That's what happens to the winning coach.
Well, we would all be happy if that was the case, probably other than Coach Caligas.
Here's the snap to Eckhouse on 2nd and 6. Surveying over the middle. Has time and has Carlos Hernandez. Tight window. There were 3 Syracuse defenders around him. Hernandez makes the grab and he immediately gets brought down, but he's out to the 41-yard line. Gets enough for the first down there. A gain of 7 for Washington State. Zevi Eckhouse, second drive. He has looked sharp so far in his first Cougar start.
Yeah, but that's what you get from a guy that's played a lot of football like Zevi Eckhouse. Big South Offensive Player of the Year last year. He works through his progression left to right, finds the dig on the second window from Hernandez.
Chris Barnes in the backfield. Here's the snap, going to be a design run for Zevi Eckhouse. Steps back, now trying to go forward, runs into Esapole. Not a whole lot there. A lot of dancing around, maybe a gain of 1. That's it. Something worth mentioning. Last year in the Holiday Bowl, USC was playing. Well, Caleb Williams opted out of the game, and it was backup Miller Moss who started for USC. How did he respond? He set a Holiday Bowl record with 6 touchdown passes in the 42-28 win over Louisville.
Yeah, again, this is the moment. This is a time of year where you find guys, who earn opportunities and come out and do some special things. And a guy like Miller Moss was a great example of that in this very same game.
Cougs at their own 42. It's 2nd and 9. Pistol formation. Washington State to the ground. The handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Looking for the outside. Nothing there. He's ripped down to the turf. Tackle made by Dennis Jacques Jr. 3rd and long here. We saw a big 3rd and 5 conversion for the Cougs on that first possession that led to the touchdown ultimately. Crucial play for Zevi Eckhouse and the Washington State offense. Cougs up 7-6, first quarter, 4:50 and ticking to play. 3rd and 8, 4 wide receivers bunched up to the right of Eckhouse. Trey Lechner in at the tight end to the left. Here's the snap. It's a screen play to Hernandez. Syracuse had that sniffed out immediately. Hernandez makes the grab, but as soon as that ball touched his hands, he was ripped down to the turf. No gain. And the Cougs will have it 4th and 8, and Dean Janikowski will trot out to punt for Washington State.
Yeah, Cougs line up in a kind of 4-by-1 diamond formation. They're trying to get numbers to that same side against that Syracuse defense and thinking pressure, get the ball out of Zevi Eckhouse's hands quick and take Syracuse by surprise, but well defended by the Orange.
Trevor Pena on to receive the punt. Janikowski gets off a low line drive kick. Pena grabs it right at the numbers. Bouncing to the edge, to the 20, gets past Parker McKenna, close to the 30, still up on his feet, near midfield, and it's Dean Janikowski who has to clean it up for the Cougs. Tackles Pena out of bounds at the 49, so not quite into Cougar territory, but still a big return. Started at the 10, and he gets to the 49-yard line.
Cougs lost contain on Pena. Part of it was that low kick from Janikowski. Didn't allow the second wave of coverage to get down there. First line missed, and Pena is able to catch the edge.
After a hot start for Washington State here in the Holiday Bowl, momentum starting to shift towards Syracuse. Let's see if the Cougar defense can have a response. That will be when we return. A break here from San Diego. Washington State leading Syracuse 7-6. First quarter, 3:54 to play. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
So we've always wanted a Cadillac Escalade.
But they're out of our price range.
So I started a podcast for my side hustle. All the kids are doing it.
Honey, you've got 7 likes.
All right. Hey, I'm still learning how to algorithm.
And that's not a verb.
Oh.
There's an easier way to score an Escalade. It's Northern Quest's $165,000 Cadillac Countdown. Play daily to enter. Grand prize drawing January 25th. Details at northernquest.com.
Are you interested in your company reaching Coug fans in and out of game day? As the multimedia rights holder for Washington State Athletics, Washington State Sports Properties helps companies and organizations connect themselves to Cougar Athletics in unique and exciting ways. Whether it's creating brand awareness, driving product sales, or entertaining employees or clients, Washington State Sports Properties has the resources to help your business achieve its marketing goals. Reach out to Washington State Sports Properties to learn more about what sponsoring the Cougs can look like for you.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. But Jessamine McIntyre down on the field. Here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. It is the Holiday Bowl. The Cougs for the 5th time. This is the most played bowl game they've had in their history. 19 now bowl games the Cougs have played in. This is their 5th time in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State clashing with the team ranked 21st in the latest college football playoff poll. Washington State a 7-6 lead. Zevi Eckhouse, his first starting quarterback in his WSU career, leading the Cougs to a TD in the first drive of the game for Washington State. But the Cougs forced to punt. Big punt return for Syracuse. They'll have a great field position. Cougs a 7-6 lead. But the Orange will begin this drive at their own 49-yard line.
For Washington State, thinking back to the 2 defensive series, it's a good mix from Jordan Malone, right? You're seeing a little bit of pressure, seeing some man coverage, and you're going to, against this offense that has so many weapons, you're going to get in moments where your secondary is going to be one-on-one, and you're going to trust guys like Jamborin Colson and Stephen Hall to make some plays down the field. But I like that. Those are lower percentage throws. And when you talk about from a quarterback having to throw the ball vertically versus executing, say, quick passing game in RPO, which is really what Syracuse has been known for most of the year.
Kyle McCord, 3 of 6 passing in this game, 52 yards and a touchdown. Zevi Eckhouse, 5 of 5 passing, 67 yards. LaQuinn Allen, their standout running back, did get some rhythm going on that last drive. 3 carries, 23 yards for Allen in this game. The snap, it's a handoff to Allen up the middle, brought down from behind almost right away. It's Cyrus Webster. Webster, who has been in the mix, maybe not quite as impactful as the Cougs have hoped. The transfer from Utah Tech hasn't had a sack this year, even though he's the all-time leader at Utah Tech. Good play there by Webster, only a gain of 2.
And again, that's why I talked about pregame, where you're going to need the defensive ends to make up for maybe your lack of depth at defensive tackle and make plays like that pursuing down the line of scrimmage.
At the Cougar 49, snap back to McCord, pressure coming, gets rid of it, low pass, and this is going to be wrestled. Is it wrestled away by Stephen Hall, or is it incomplete? It will be a reception for Syracuse by Jackson Meeks. It was a battle for the ball. Meeks, though, going to be credited with the catch. They'll mark him down at the 30-yard line, so that will get him 19 yards. Hall, though, was fighting tooth and nail for that ball.
Yeah, it was a nice play by Meeks. Good throw by McCord. Again, a challenge to Stephen Hall, getting those back shoulder throws, going at him again.
Play action. They go right at Hall once more. Flag is thrown. Meeks another catch. This will bring him down to the 12-yard line. 17 yards there. Let's see what the flag is. Officials.
And I got to think this is on Hall, but the way they're talking about it, it could go on Meeks. It felt like they were hand-fighting the whole way.
Defense, number 1. Prior to the pass, penalties decline. The result of the play, first down.
Stephen Hall has been that number 1 corner for the Cougs this year, but Kyle McCord has been looking his direction quite a bit.
Yeah, they're going to keep going at him, and again, Hall's going to stay in that man coverage. He's going to keep challenging those receivers, and he's going to get one to go his way at some point. It's a hard spot to be in as a corner on an island.
Orange already at the 12-yard line. Handoff to LaQuinn Allen. Jump steps right past a Coug defender and into the end zone. 12-yard touchdown run. So this potent Syracuse offense now getting going. Back-to-back drives with a touchdown. Allen, 12-yard scamper for Allen. That's his 18th touchdown of the year. Entering today, 13th in the nation in total touchdowns. Syracuse up 12-7. Point after penny. Let's see what they try to do here. They went for 2 and missed it upon review. Will they chase those 2 points back?
It's a tough to defend on that last run play. They motion LaQuinn Allen. Looks like he's going out of the backfield, and then on the snap puts his foot in the ground, and they run counter with him coming back into the backfield. Cougs over pursue.
They will go for it. Empty set. McCord screen pass. It is caught and into the end zone for Syracuse. Goes LaQuinn Allen. Allen, really a big part of the pass game. Most career catches and receiving yards for a running back. He makes the grab, powers his way into the end zone. It is now 14-7 for Syracuse. The Orange have scored 14 unanswered here in this game.
Yeah, put LaQuinn Allen way out wide with 3 receivers, so it's kind of a 4-by-1 set. Washington State didn't get aligned right to it. and they just throw the quick screen out to him, and there's just frankly not enough bodies once those receivers block it up, and Quinn Allen walks in for the 2-point conversion.
Well, how would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. First quarter, 2:32 left to go. Washington State in this game jumped out to a 7-0 lead. But since then, the Cougar offense having to punt, and Syracuse back-to-back touchdown drives. This most recent one, 4 plays, 51 yards, set up by a really strong punt return. And here's the kickoff from Jackson Kennedy. Leighton Smithson out at the 2-yard line will bring it out. Full head of steam for him out past the 20. Smithson still going and wrestled down at the 27-yard line. And that is where Zevi Eckhouse and the offense will take over. So 2 drives, Alex, for Zevi Eckhouse, and his first start as a Coug. What have you liked that you've seen from Zevi so far?
Yeah, I mean, I like it all, honestly. I mean, used his legs a little bit in design run game. He's been really efficient throwing the football. Really, it's that Coug running game that hasn't gotten going yet. They've run the ball. Nick Edwards tried to establish a run on 1st and 2nd down, and then you've ended up in some 3rd downs that, at least on the last drive, you weren't able to execute. So I'll be interested to see if they spread it out more here.
4 wide receivers to the left of Eckhouse, 1 to the right. The snap, Eckhouse looking to throw, finds Kyle Williams, passes caught. Williams, not a ton there, only out to the 30-yard line. That will get him 2 yards on that first down haul.
5 wide set with 4 receivers to one side, kind of make it look like a bubble screen, and they're really just trying to get Kyle Williams on the inside on a little hitch route, basically trying to stretch Syracuse sideline to sideline and find those open windows.
On 2nd and 7, Eckhouse design run again, still up on his feet, powering forward as he dances around close to the 35. Not enough for the first down, but definitely making 3rd and manageable here. They'll get 4 yards, and another crucial 3rd down for the Cougar offense. 14 unanswered, scored by Syracuse.
Tell you what, they're definitely leaning into the quarterback running game more than I would have thought.
On the defense, number 8.
We do have Justin Barron down hurt right now. Aaron, honorable mention, all ACC selections, played wide receiver, defensive back, and now linebacker in his Syracuse career. He's the top tackler for the Orange this year with 86 tackles, so he's being looked at. It will be 3rd and 3 for Washington State. Again, if you're just joining us, thanks for being with us here. San Diego, it is lights are on, so it is fully nighttime here at Snapdragon Stadium, but really a pleasant evening overall. 60 degrees at kickoff. Cougs jumped out to a 7-0 lead, but Syracuse just had a chunk play after chunk play their last 2 drives. And they have the 14-7 lead, which makes this really, really vital here for the Cougs to not have the offense get on the field and then have to come right back off and to send the defense back out there. 3rd and 3 for the Cougs from their own 34.
Yeah, it's a big play for Washington State offensively. Nick Edwards talked about wanting to sustain drives. This is exactly what he means. You get into a 3rd and manageable is one you got to execute to keep this drive alive, get a new set of downs that allows you to start opening up that playbook a little bit.
Zevi Eckhouse is the leading rusher for the Cougs. 4 carries, 12 yards for the Cougar quarterback. He's got Javinsky Schlembaker, who's been more of that short down back for the Cougs, more of a true north to south guy. Leo Pulalasi, 4 carries, 10 yards. Javinsky, 1 carry in this game. Kyle Williams in motion. Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap, pressure coming, gets rid of it, finds Kyle Williams for the first down and more. He's off to the races. Those high strides to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. He's into the end zone on 3rd and 3. The Cougs from their own 34 turn it into a touchdown strike. Eckhouse to Williams, and Williams hits the turbo button, hits all the way into the end zone. Touchdown Washington State, point after penning from tying this game back up.
How many times this year have we seen that from number 2? Catches the ball in a short space, and then he absolutely turns on the afterburners. There's not a player on the field that can run with Kyle Williams when he gets that stride going right there. What a decision. Great play design. Zevi Eckhouse puts it on his front pad, and Kyle Williams is off for 6.
66 yards for Kyle Williams. Here's the point after attempt from Janikowski. It's on its way, and it is good. 14-14, all tied up. We knew the Syracuse offense has plenty of firepower. That's been on display the last 2 drives. Really a crucial moment there on 3rd and short. Could Washington State not only move the chains, but what do? They get a touchdown out of it, and Kyle Williams what he has done with that touchdown reception, the only player with more touchdowns in a single season in Washington State history for the Cougs. After that, what he has done is Gabe Marks. So he was tied with Jason Hill with 13 touchdowns before that. He now has 14. He's got a chance to tie or even surpass that Gabe Marks record of 15 receiving touchdowns in a single season back in 2015. That is his 14th of the year for Kyle Williams.
He's just such a special player, not only from his physical tools, 6 foot, 186 pounds, speed to burn, but his competitive nature. I played with Jason Hill. One of the things that makes receivers great like that is their ability to believe every time the ball is in the air that it's theirs. And the separator for the next level guys is that when they do touch the ball, nobody's tackling them. And that's what you see from Kyle Williams. Ball's in the air, it's his. When he has the ball in his hands, the touchdown is his, and he's not going to get tackled, as we saw right there.
Well, we'll continue to be on record watch. One more, and that ties him for the WSU single season record for receiving touchdowns. Steve Janikowski with the kickoff after the Cougar touchdown. It's over the head of Yasin Willis. It will be a touchback. Well, now Cougar fans can score big on game days. Get a classic 20-piece chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for $11.99 when you order ahead on the app at participating McDonald's, where there's been a lot of great coverage of the Cougs down here for the Holiday Bowl. And it's more than just the game itself. The Cougs getting to visit a naval ship, also going to SeaWorld. And one of the great videos that came on social media was Kyle Williams going on a roller coaster and his reaction to it there. So maybe that put a jolt in his arm even more, because he definitely got his money's worth on that roller coaster ride from the video. Syracuse play fake, first attempt at the 25, looking to go over the top. Deep shot from Kyle McCord, and it is incomplete. Looking right down the seam for Darrell Gill Jr., but out of his range.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, Chris. That's another of those same looks. It's an RPO, actually. This is a run with an option for McCord to take a shot if he sees too many guys in the box, because one-on-one with Stephen Hall outside. But again, it's a low percentage throw vertically down the field. Hall is going to win more of those battles than he is going to lose. And again, right there, he's step for step with Gill, and now with the incompletion, Syracuse is in 2nd and 10.
LaQuinn Allen in motion, taking the snap, swing pass out to Allen, makes the grab, looking for some blocks, and the Cougs swarming around him. It will be a gain, but only of 2 yards. A number of crimson jerseys right there to bring down Allen. And we see some younger guys in action right now. Frank Casano out there for the Cougs. And good to see him. Some of the youth with the experience at linebacker. It's Casano and Kyle Thornton, his final game of his 6-year Cougar career.
Yeah, Casano's a guy that Washington State coaches are really high on. Probably could have been a starter if he hadn't gotten hurt during spring ball and missed some time leading into fall camp.
Syracuse 3rd and 8 from their own 27. 14-14 tie here in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State defense looking for a big stop. 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. 3 on the play clock. 2, empty set. Snap back to McCord. Gets rid of it. Almost picked. Andrew Edson had it in his hands. Edson moving inside, can play both on the interior and on the edge of the defensive line for the Cougs. The senior had that in his paws. Could not make the catch, but Washington State forces the incompletion, and Syracuse will have to punt.
Good switch up from Jordan Malone, who's calling the plays for Washington State's defense. He shows a similar blitz to what he did last time on 3rd down. This time he drops out the D tackles instead of the linebackers. McCord thinks he's got a free space for a quick throw. Edson's right in front, and boy, should he have had that. What a big play. Either way, Coug defense gets off the field.
Jack Stonehouse has his punt blocked. Cougs grab it into the end zone. Washington State blocks the punt for a touchdown. It's Meredith who picks it up and brings it into the end zone. What a special teams play for Washington State. We saw Syracuse go on a 14-0 run. The Cougs back-to-back touchdowns. They're on top 20-14.
Boy, they almost had it the first time, and they went right back to it. Sent the punt block, and this time they made contact. It's all about extending those hands and getting a chance to get that ball off the punter's foot, and boy, did they ever. Josh Meredith just scoops it smooth, walks that thing in the end zone.
An electrifying play for Washington State, so Edson couldn't get the pick, but then the Cougs on special teams blocked the punt and take it in for a touchdown. Janikowski, his 3rd point after attempt. Like the first 2, it is good. And for Washington State, it was Leon Neal Jr., who we've seen quite a bit on special teams this year. He was the one who blocked the punt, and Josh Meredith scooping it up, taking it into the end zone. It was a 12-yard return by Meredith. 21-14 Washington State, 17 seconds to go in this first quarter.
Boy, how much momentum did Washington State just gain? First, you get the big Kyle Williams third down, touchdown catch and run, and then the defense turns around, forces the 3-and-out and a block punt, and the Cougs have all the momentum. You know it's going to go back and forth, but for a Washington State team that's been taking body blows for the last 2 weeks to come out against the top 25 ranked Syracuse Orange football team and jump out to a 21-14 lead, and frankly look like the 8-1 team that we saw at the three-quarter mark of this season is really, really cool.
I mean, there was external questions about whether or not the Cougars would play this game at one point. And here Washington State against the 21st ranked team in the country that has not nearly dealt with hardly anything close to what the Cougars have dealt with over the last 3 weeks. And Washington State's up 21-14. Here's the kickoff. It will be a touchback. This is the first block punt for a touchdown since 2018 at Oregon State for the Cougs here, with that block by Leon Neal Jr. and the return by Josh Meredith. 21-14, Cougs with the edge.
Be interested to see where Syracuse goes here offensively. Obviously, they've had some opportunities throwing the ball downfield, but it's come off the ability of them to run the football with LaQuint Allen, which again I think is a soft spot for the Washington State defense. Let's see if they get back into that running game.
And McCord is under center. LaQuint Allen will take the handoff. Allen looking for the edge. He'll have it. It's Andrew Edson who chases him down along with Tanner Moku, forcing him out of bounds after a pickup of 7 yards on the first down run. Cougs 159 yards of total offense. Evie Eckhouse without an incompletion yet. And how about Kyle Williams?
That's the end of the first quarter.
We just finished the first quarter with that play. 4 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. You think he wants to end his Cougar career on a high note?
No, that's what I was talking about pregame, Chris. Key number 1 was get number 2 the football, because not only is he your best player, he's probably got the most to play for in the sense of his passion and pride for Washington State and the opportunity he has ahead of him on a bright stage like this. You know Kyle Williams is going to come out and give his best effort.
Now Cougar fans can score big on game days. Get a classic 20-piece chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for $11.99 when you order ahead on the app at participating McDonald's. What an action-packed first quarter we had here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. We head to the second quarter. It is the Holiday Bowl. The Washington State Cougars lead Syracuse 21-14. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Chris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi.
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
What a first quarter here in San Diego. We start the second quarter with Washington State leading Syracuse 21-14. We'll get you up to speed on how that first quarter unfolded right after this as we step aside 10 seconds for station identification. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
For conservative thought, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
The Cougs a 21-14 lead on Syracuse here in the Holiday Bowl. For those just tuning in, the Cougar defense able to force a punt on Syracuse's first time out on the field on offense to begin the game. Washington State answered as Zevi Eckhouse in his first Cougar start marched the Cougs down the field 8 plays, 68 yards, took under just 4 minutes. He ran. The quarterback did for a 4-yard touchdown. The Cougs were up 7-0, but then back-to-back strikes by Syracuse. They took a 14-7 lead. The Cougs maybe a little bit back on the ropes. How did Washington State respond? It was a 3rd and 4 in their own territory, and Zevi Eckhouse connected with Kyle Williams for a 66-yard touchdown run. Williams' speed was very much on display as he dashed to the end zone. The Cougs were up 14-14. Then the Cougar defense carried that momentum, forced a 3-and-out, and on the punt attempt, it was blocked by Leon Neal Jr. Josh Meredith scooped it up, brought it in 12 yards for a touchdown. And Alex, boy, it feels like we have lived a game full of highs and lows, really kind of for both teams in one quarter of action.
Well, like any bowl game, as you've seen early in bowl season, there's going to be a ton of ebb and flow. It's going to feel like a roller coaster, right? And, each team's kind of got to stay in it in their own right. What I'm so impressed with right now is this Washington State coaching staff. Think about Pete Caligas and the ability to motivate these players to get ready to go. And 2 young coaches with Jordan Malone and Nick Edwards calling plays for the respective defense and offense for the first time. I just feel like, that speaks volumes to these guys. How about Nick Whitworth, the special teams coordinator, calling a block punt, right? I mean, just the ability of these guys to respond on the fly, really, really impressive.
Speaking of responding, here it is for Syracuse. It's a 2nd and 3 in their own territory. They go to LaQuint Allen. Allen breaks multiple tackles. Finally, it's the safety Tanner Moku who brings him down at the 41. He gets 9 yards. So Syracuse now kind of back on their heels a little bit, but when they've been clicking, we've seen how dangerous their offense can be.
No doubt, and again, that's just the inside run, downhill, kind of taking advantage of a guy like Andrew Edson, who's a fantastic football player, but he's really a defensive end, and he's playing inside, obviously, because Cougs are down at that position, D-tackle, and he's going to have to do yeoman's work tonight to make sure to hold up in some of those inside run game.
1st and 10 for their own 41. Under center, McCord turns around, hands it off to LaQuint Allen. Allen sworn by a handful of Cougs. Tackle him at the 44 after he picks up 3 yards. This is a Syracuse offense that scored
timeout,
42
defense
in their last game, a victory over Miami. So they're coming into this game on a 3-game winning streak. They beat Cal, they beat UConn, and they beat Miami. And there's a Coug down right now, and this would be tough. Bryson Lamb, you already mentioned of just how thin the Cougs are on the interior of that defensive line. And Bryson Lamb,
timeout will be extended for immediate timeout.
The redshirt sophomore, one of those guys who brings a little bit of beef of who's still available for the Cougs. A great story for him. He was put on scholarship before the Fresno State game earlier this season, but Lamb being tended to by the training staff right now.
He got rolled up on. Cougs sent a run blitz, brought both linebackers, and Lamb was kind of behind the play, honestly, and looks like he just got kind of blocked into. Hopefully he can pop up and get going.
And he does pop up, gingerly walking, as he will have to have help, not quite putting a lot of weight on that left ankle. So an injury timeout for Bryson Lamb, which means we'll take a quick break ourselves. We are here in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Washington State leading Syracuse 21-14, 14-21 to play first half. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal field of play, the Cooney Law Offices team has been practicing since 1949. Cooney Law Offices knows how to advance your case, strategically defend, and get you into the end zone when it comes to a personal injury, family law, DUI defense, criminal defense, wills and estates, and employment law. If you've got a legal problem, don't settle for less. Cooney can help. Visit www.jcooney.com. Cooney for Cougs.
This day in Cougar football history is brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel. On this day in 2019, the Cougars played their only other game in program history on December 27th, facing Air Force in the Cheez-It Bowl. The Cougs fell to the 24th-ranked Air Force squad in Phoenix 31-21, what was Mike Leach's final game as WSU's head coach. Leach finished his Cougar Hall of Fame career with 6 bowl appearances in his 18 years leading the program. Legends Casino Hotel, fun is how we roll. Cougs in this bowl matchup down here in San Diego, 5th all-time appearance in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State up 21-14 on Syracuse. Zevi Eckhouse, the first start of his Cougar career, the quarterback, 7-7 passing, 136 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Williams over 100 receiving yards in that first quarter. Cougar defense going to be a little bit thinner here. We see Rashad McKenzie, so 3 players who we saw quite a bit in the interior of the defensive line. David Gusta, Ansel Dinbu, and Cleo Laufau not playing for the Cougs in this game. So Bryson Lamb being leaned on more along with Andrew Edson. But with Lamb having to exit before the timeout, as he is in the injury tent right now, it is Rashad McKenzie, the redshirt sophomore from Mission Hills, California, who will enter the game. 2nd and 7 for Syracuse. At their own 44-yard line. Snap back to Kyle McCord. Play action. Open man. Finds him in stride. Catch is made by the dangerous tight end, Aronde Gadsden II. And Gadsden rumbles down into Cougar territory to the 37-yard line. So Gadsden, another chunk gain. Gadsden, Syracuse's 10th all-time leading receiver, over 1,900 yards in his career for Syracuse. He has aspirations to be playing on Sunday.
Yeah, he doesn't just have aspirations. You're going to see him on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. You saw the slant route working on a corner, and Jamori Colson executes really well.
The snap, the give to the outside, a little bit of room for Trevor Pena, a dangerous weapon. They use him in multiple ways. Pena gets to the edge, inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. So Pena, a pick up there of 15 yards, and into the red zone goes Syracuse. The Coug lead in jeopardy here. 1st and 10 from the 18. Quickly, McCord looked towards the end zone, heaves it up. It is out of the reach of his intended target. And coverage for the Cougs, Kapena Gushikin trying to connect with Jackson Meeks.
Yeah, nice job by Gushikin in coverage, slot fade. We've seen him defend that well all year. One of the most undersung defenders, in my opinion, for Washington State's defense. That being said, for Syracuse, you can see what the formula is when they're operating really well, right? It's that RPO game that looks like a run, and they're working single receiver routes or using the tight end Gadsden. And then they get the speed going with the fly sweep and things like that. It's really hard to defend. Washington State wants them to stay in the vertical passing game. That is what they want, because they can defend that straight line with their straight line speed.
Cougs 5 men and a hand in the dirt. It will be a 4-man rush. McCord 2nd and 10 over the middle. Has Gadsden, makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown Syracuse. We see what kind of weapon Aronde Gadsden is. As Gadsden, first team all ACC, comes from a good bloodline. His dad Aronde Gadsden, also with that same name, played the NFL with Miami. 18-yard touchdown, and that has a chance to tie up this game if Jackson Kennedy can make the point after. So no lack of scoring so far here in the Holiday Bowl. Just under 13 minutes to play in the first half. Kennedy's point after attempt is up, and it is good. 21-21 our score. So the Cougs are going to need to keep up that firepower if they're going to go toe-to-toe with Syracuse here tonight.
And, Washington State,
on the field.
Jordan Malone wants to send pressure, or look like he's sending pressure. And when you do that, you're hoping the quarterback gets the ball out of his hands quick. And that time, McCord did a nice job hanging on to it, letting Gadsden work on Jamori Colson out of the slot. And looked like Colson kind of got caught looking in the backfield a little bit. Gadsden crossed his face. And when you have a veteran quarterback like McCord, he's going to find the big tight end across the middle. That's exactly where you want it.
7 plays, 75 yards. Took just 2 minutes and 24 seconds for Syracuse. We're all knotted up at 21 apiece here in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. The Cougars will get another crack on offense when we come back. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill, when your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
After a Syracuse touchdown, the Cougs and the Orange in a 21-21 tie here in the Holiday Bowl. First half, 12:53 to play. Let's head down to the sideline. Jessamine McIntyre. Jess, Justin Barron, the leading tackler for Syracuse, who saw him leave hurt earlier. What's the latest you have for us on Barron's status?
Yeah, it turns out that he actually had a bloody nose, so he got cleaned up over there, and he has that all stuffed up. You know, the trainers had their certain tricks or certain things, and it was no concussions test done, and he was given back his helmet. Fortunately, the Cougs scooped and scored before we could actually see our own offense get on the field, so they haven't been on defense since he exited. He is free to go and get back in this one.
That linebacker group, you know, Barrett being one of them, and Marlo Wax, the 6'1", 236-pound senior, those two players are really the strength, in my opinion, of this defense. The other one that's a strength that I have not seen on the field, and Jess, maybe you can keep an eye out for, is number 10, Fadil Diggs, the defensive end, Texas A&M transfer, 7.5 sacks on the season. You know, he's made an impact throughout the year, rushing the passer from his defensive end spot. Haven't seen him out there, but you mentioned the linebacking group. There are two really good football players.
Layton Smithson waiting to return the kick if there is that opportunity. Smithson wasn't shy, brought it out last time for 25 yards, had that kickoff return for a touchdown last year in the victory over Colorado. Here's the kick from Jackson Kennedy. Smithson will have a touchback, and Cougs will take over at their own 25-yard line. Kyle Williams, what a start it has been to the game for the star wide receiver for the Cougs. Now 14 receiving touchdowns this season. He is one away from tying Gabe Marks for the most in program history. Already over 100 yards for Kyle Williams, and his 66-yard touchdown reception he had earlier in the game, the second longest catch in a bowl game. Philip Bobo had an 87-yarder in the 1992 Copper Bowl win against Utah. We were talking about that Copper Bowl win last night. Jess and I were with Robbie Tobeck on the Bowl Preview Show. Pistol formation. Here's the snap. Ackhouse turns, finds the tight end Trey Lechner. Lechner's still going. Lechner, the Glacier Peak High School product from Snohomish, out past the 40-yard line to the 43. Lechner gets 18 yards on the first down reception, so an opportunity for him with Cooper Mathers out.
Yeah, you see some of the speed from Lechner. I loved his tape coming out of high school. I remember in that recruiting class feeling like he was a real gem that Washington State got to come into that H-back position.
Here's the snap to Eckhouse. Now we'll tuck and run. Eckhouse across midfield, still going. A little bit of deception with that speed, lulling Syracuse into thinking he wasn't going to hit the burners. He did just that. And Eckhouse is going to be marked out of bounds at the 46-yard line. So a first down once again. Eckhouse doing it with his legs. He's the leading rusher for the Cougs. Out on a 14-yard run. 5 carries, 26 yards for Eckhouse.
Yeah, Chris, I remember that. Thinking back to the spring game in April, Zevi had a few runs in that spring game. You could see that athleticism, and there's no doubt he's not afraid to use those legs.
21-21 tie. Cougs trying to take back the lead on Syracuse here in the Holiday Bowl. First half, 11:45 to go. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Haven't seen a lot from the traditional run game lately. They go back to Pulalasi. He dives forward, back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. No gain. And Jess, you got an update for us down on the sideline?
Yeah, Brick had asked about Fadil Diggs, and the senior defensive end is dressed in plain clothes. He did make the trip, but he is not in this one, guys.
Interesting to see some of those guys. You don't quite know until, the opposing team, when a bowl game starts, if they're going or not. 2nd and 10. Screen pass, and it's blown up. Eckhouse getting it to Josh Meredith. But that Syracuse defense not fooled in the slightest. Jaden Gould with the tackle for the Orange. It will be a loss of Real, call it 2 yards there for Washington State. So a promising drive now has the Cougs at a 3rd and 12, close to midfield at their own 47, or I should say at the Syracuse 47-yard line.
Yeah, it's on Tony Freeman. He's blocking in the slot there for Josh Meredith, and he just flat gets beat. He's got to hold up longer, allow Meredith to get the ball in his hands and make a move.
Brandon Ganesha-Morthy, the redshirt freshman, a deep threat in the game, split out wide to the right. Meredith in the slot. Here's the snap, 4-man rush. Eckhouse looking, heaves it up, looking for Ganesha-Morthy, and this will be picked up, but a flag is thrown. An interception for Syracuse. Coming down with the pick is Elijah Clark. But let's see if this stands or not. That flag thrown down at the 20.
Pass interference. Offense, number 80. Penalties decline. The result of the play is an interception. 1st and 10. Syracuse.
So it will be an interception. And for Eckhouse, it's the first time he hasn't connected with a Coug receiver in this game. No incompletions. That will give Syracuse the ball. Let's see where they mark it down. Inside the 10. Back down to the field. Jess, what's the latest you have for us?
Bryson Lamb is out of the injury tent. They were working on his left ankle, retaped it, did some tests in there, but he's been given back his helmet, tested things out, and he's ready to go back in this game. Unfortunately, on the offensive side of the ball, I just saw Billy Revere holding his left wrist or hand heading into the locker room with a member of the medical training staff, and I'll keep you updated on his return.
Well, thank you, Jess. And Alex, at least it's 3rd and long. You go deep. It serves as a pretty good punt. Syracuse marked down at their own 6-yard line. 21-21 tie. Orange back out on the field. Here's the first down handoff. It's a give to LaQuint Allen. Plenty of room right up the gut. Tyson Durant brings him down, but not before he gets out past the 30-yard line. Going to be a gain there of 27 yards on that first down carry.
Yeah, a really nice cut by LaQuint Allen to get to the backside, and Kyle Thornton just overplays it a little bit and allows Allen to hit that backside cut for a big gain.
Allen, 9 carries, 85 yards. Play fake, McCord over the middle. Pass is caught and tangled up, hauling it in for Syracuse. Good grab there by Jackson Meeks. Meeks with the first down into Cougar territory. Meeks close to 15 yards on that reception. So this is what we've seen, those chunk plays for Syracuse when their offense gets in rhythm. They're trying to take back the lead. It's a 21-21 tie. McCord looking for the edge, and Stephen Hall in coverage on Meeks. That time, Hall got the better of the matchup. It is an incompletion.
Yeah, it's the same idea, and you're going to see a lot of it. This starts for Syracuse with LaQuint Allen running the football. They want to get him running, and then they want the box to get packed with a lot of bodies and then create one-on-one matchups. You saw Meeks hit the slant route versus Stephen Hall, and then they come right back to the same idea. Now he's trying to run the fade route, trying to throw a back shoulder. Stephen Hall learned his lesson from those first 2 series, and he's being patient in his coverage. He's being physical and makes a good play.
On 2nd and 10, McCord takes the snap, flushed out to his left, looking for somewhere to go, throws it near the sticks, and will be an incompletion. For the moment, maybe there was a chance that it was going to be hauled in by LaQuint Allen, the running back, but did not quite get a foot in. Close, but an incompletion. Now it's 3rd and long.
I know that was an incompletion, but for a running back, LaQuint Allen's body control and ability to catch the football in his hands is really impressive. He tries to keep 2 feet in while falling out of bounds, makes the catch, and just he's got his foot on the white. But boy, that was a heck of a play.
You can see why he's 2nd in the nation in receptions by a running back. The skill set that he has. Right at midfield, 21-21 tie, and Fran Brown will call a timeout. 3rd and 10 for Syracuse. 9:23 remaining in the first half. And Fran Brown, the first-year coach for Syracuse, calls the timeout. We have seen the Cougs be up to the challenge so far. The defense looking for what would be an important stop here. Zevi Eckhouse, the Cougar quarterback in his first start, 9 of 10 passing, 151 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. But it's up to the Coug defense on 3rd and 10 to try to get this Syracuse offense off the field. Timeout. We'll take a break ourselves. More after this. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Toyota-thon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new RAV4. Now through January 6th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 24 or 25 RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Or lease a 24 RAV4 LE gas for $309 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
For 10% off your jet engine passport. The unexpected happens every day. When it does, head to Kohl's and Kohl's.com for everything your family needs. Kohl's, where families come first. Well, back in the U.S. Bank Network studios, David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett. On the sidelines, Jessamine McIntyre, our engineer Jerry Kylo. Here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. It is the Holiday Bowl here in San Diego and Washington State. A strong start to this one. The Cougs a 21-21 score right now with the 21st ranked Syracuse Orange. First half, 9:23 to go. Both teams have had some strong swings of momentum go their direction. And right now, the Cougar defense looking for what would be an awfully important stop. Syracuse with it 3rd and 10 right at midfield. Alex, I would say a lot of people had some unknowns about the Cougs in this game. A lot of questions have been answered to this point. What have been your big takeaways about how this team has performed so far?
Well, Chris, you can corroborate this because I had this conversation with you earlier today. I felt very strongly that Washington State would come out and compete at a high level and be able to go toe-to-toe with the Syracuse football team because at the 2-deep, Washington State's played a lot of guys that have seen a lot of snaps. So I'm not surprised that Washington State has come out and really hit Syracuse in the mouth in this first half.
And the defense get a stop here. The snap to McCord. 4-man rush. McCord feeling it. Gets rid of it. Finds Gadsden again. The tight end. Another big reception. Gadsden quiet those first few drives, but boy, has he come through in a big way. Gadsden gets what will go down as a 28-yard grab. Enough for the first down, of course. Gadsden had that last touchdown catch for Syracuse. Sets him up at the 22, so not quite to the red zone, but awfully close.
The big-time throw by one of the nation's best quarterbacks right there, and McCord stands in with pressure in his face and delivers to Gadsden.
Here's the snap, play action, into traffic. The catch is going to be made. Jamari Colson in coverage, but it's Darrell Gill Jr. who makes the grab down on the 5-yard line. That will be a 17-yard catch for Syracuse. They're trying to take back the lead. It's 1st and goal.
Well, that's good focus by Gill Jr. Jamari Colson was right in his hip pocket on the slant and actually got his hand in there, and Gill was able to focus on that ball and bring it in for the first down.
High formation, Runyon in at the fullback. LeQuint Allen takes the handoff, trying to bully his way into the end zone. He'll be stopped short of that. Gets 3 yards, tackled at the 2. We see Jack Janikowski from San Diego, younger brother of kicker Dean Janikowski, seeing some action here at defensive tackle.
Yeah, every body you got at defensive tackles can get thrown in there tonight. It's a tough down for Washington State's defense inside the 5-yard line if Syracuse wants to go double tight with the fullback and really lean into you with a good back like LeQuint Allen.
Cougs clinging to a 21-21 tie. Second quarter, 7:39 to go. The snap, the pitch to Allen, and he dives forward into the end zone. LeQuint Allen, his second touchdown of the game for Allen. It's his 19th touchdown of the season. What a weapon he is for Syracuse. Orange back on top, 27-21. So we saw the Cougs take a 21-14 lead, but Syracuse, their offense, 9th in the nation, and yards per game, 453. They've been able to flex their muscles as of late, and they'll look to make it a 7-point lead. Jackson Kennedy on for the point after attempt. Here's the kick. It is on its way, and it is good. 28-21. No lack of scoring in this game, and the Cougs will have to have another bullet in their chamber to keep stride with Syracuse right now. We knew this offense was good, but they have lived up to the billing.
Yeah, they sure have, and it's just playmakers all over the field. I mean, it's one thing to have a guy like Aronde Gatson at tight end and then a Trevor Pena at wide receiver, but then when you layer on that LaQuint Allen and Jackson Meeks, we haven't even really seen Justice Ross Simmons, the transfer from Colorado State, Darrell Gill's making a ton of plays, and then you got a quarterback like Kyle McCord. I mean, it's kind of an embarrassment of riches, and you think about what Fran Brown walked into as a first-year head coach, and then he's able to pull together this staff of guys that he's known for a long time, like Jeff Nixon on offense and like Elijah Robinson on defense. It feels like the continuity of a first-year staff and a first-year group of players is at a next level because of some of the personal connections. I mean, Kyle McCord played youth football with Jeff Nixon's son back in New Jersey. That was part of the connection of McCord ending up at Syracuse after being an 11-win starter at Ohio State.
Here's the kick from Jackson Kennedy. It goes out of bounds, so the Cougs will get really good field position here. And for Syracuse, Fran Brown, if they win this game.
Out of bounds. The ball will be placed at the 35-yard line on the right hash.
They would have 10 wins for the season, and Fran Brown would be the second coach for Syracuse since World War II to have 10 wins in his first season leading the program. And it would be their first time with double-digit wins since 2018. Syracuse and Texas tie for the most wins against bowl-eligible teams this year. 8 wins over bowl-eligible teams. 10 of their 11 FBS opponents this year played in bowl games. Cougs down 28-21. After the kick went out of bounds, Cougs have it at the 35. Jaminski Schlimbaker to the left of Eckhouse, takes the shotgun snap. Play action. Eckhouse looking, slings it into traffic, and it's picked. A flag does get thrown, but this ball for now intercepted. On the return is Justin Barron. Barron back in the game after being hurt earlier, and he returns it close to the 20. And it all hinges for the Cougs on what the call is with the flag that was thrown. Right now, the Cougar offense staying out on the field. For Syracuse.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense. Number 9. 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Automatic. First down.
A crucial penalty there against Isaiah Hastings after having 9 straight completions to begin the game. Zevi Eckhouse was in danger of throwing back-to-back picks. Instead, Isaiah Hastings picking up that penalty, and the shot glass of orange juice will have to wait. That's the celebration that Syracuse uses. Whoever comes away with the turnover, they come over to the sideline and they take a shot of orange juice. So pour it down on the turf here at Snapdragon Stadium, and hopefully it doesn't get filled back up.
Yeah, huge break for Washington State offensively. Zevi Eckhouse, probably the first bad decision we've seen him make. Just stared down that dig route too long, allowed the defender to drop underneath it. That being said, when good players catch a break, lots of times they take advantage. Let's see how number 4 responds.
15-yard penalty, Cougs right at midfield. The snap, and this play will be blown dead. It was going to be a handoff to Leo Pulalasi.
Snap infraction, offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
That goes against the center, Devin Kalani. Great to see him back, as he was not available the end of the regular season. Admirable work by Brock Dew moving from guard to center, but the Cougs with this offensive line back, they had to start the year as Sapole and Christian Hilborn the tackles, Tialavea and Dew the guards, and Kalani at center. Does make it 1st and 15, Cougs at their own 45. Shotgun snap back to Eckhouse, gets rid of it quick, finds Kyle Williams. Nifty move to the outside, was going to get back to the original line of scrimmage, but that extra shimmy picks up an additional 5 yards. 10-yard haul by Williams, who now has 126 receiving yards in this game, and we're still in the first half. It's 2nd and 5.
He's just so good with the ball in his hands. I love that play design by Nick Edwards. You motion Williams across the formation, and then he just runs with speed and makes it look like he's running a go route, and then just sits down on a quick hitch. It's an easy throw and a catch for the quarterback and receiver. Get Zevi Eckhouse a completion, get back in rhythm.
2nd and 5, play action. Eckhouse pump fake, gets rid of it. Has Hernandez, going to be close to the first down. Big hit applied, but Hernandez, let's see where the spot is. Jaleel Martin laid the thump on him, but he will have the first down. So Hernandez pops right back up. Martin gets to celebrate the big hit, but the Cougs move the sticks.
Trying to get a shot play downfield. sell the quick screen, throw it vertical. It's nothing there. And the experienced quarterback Eckhouse recognizes it, checks it down underneath. The Carlos Hernandez gets that first down, and chains move.
Here in the Holiday Bowl, Cougs down by 7, 14 unanswered by Syracuse. Under 6 minutes to play. Washington State trying to answer back. 1st and 10 from the Syracuse 45. Quick pass. Josh Meredith makes the grab. Meredith, a gain of 3 yards on that first down haul.
Edwards talked before the game to me about the ability of Eckhouse to utilize that RPO game, recognize when there's spots on the field to pull the ball in the run game and get a quick completion. That's a good example right there on first down, picking up a good 5 yards.
Zevi, 12 of 13 passing, 170 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. First start in a Cougar uniform for Zevi Eckhouse. We did see him go 6 of 7 passing to the opener against Portland State. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Good patience, waits for a hole to unfold, and he exploits it, lowers his shoulders, gets out past the 30-yard line, down to the 28 for Washington State. So the Cougs get 8 yards on that run by Leo Pulalasi, and Washington State a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, really nice job by Rod Tialavea, the left guard. Trey Lechner pulling around on the guard halfback counter, and like you said, good patience by Pulalasi. Get behind those blocks, disappear, and then pop out for a first down.
One of the longer drives we've seen in this game from either team. 4:25 and counting in the first half. Cougs down by 7. Pistol formation, 1st and 10 from the Cuse 28. Handoff, Pulalasi waits for the play to develop and falls forward. Solid gain there out to the 25. They'll credit him with 3 yards on the run. So Pulalasi starting to get in some rhythm.
Time. Injured player, defense, number 8.
And we have a Syracuse player down, and that is Justin Barrett, who just gave us an update on. Hurt before, Jess was telling us coming back into the game, and that is a really crucial piece for them. He's the team leader in tackles. Very versatile guy. He's played wide receiver, defensive back, and linebacker in his Syracuse career. 28-21 our score. Cougs down, but Washington State marching down the field. Syracuse 314 yards of total offense in this game. WSU with 217 yards. Cougs getting that blocked punt for a touchdown. It has been a seesaw affair so far here. Both teams have had the lead. It has kind of been back and forth, and the Cougs looking to even it out right now, down by 7.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough, kind of my thoughts going into this game about, there's been so much negativity around the Washington State football program the past few weeks, and, the challenges the program's facing and faces leaving and moving on, that I think people forgot that, this was a roster that was highly competitive this year, and, they had a tough final 3 weeks of the season. That could be explained according, to some different things, but again, it doesn't surprise me that this team's come out, and especially getting some early momentum, showed up in a big way against this top 25 ranked Syracuse Orange team.
Let's head down the field. Jess, what's the latest on Justin Barrett?
Well, he's walking off the field on his own. It looked like he was dealing with that bloody nose once again that took him out of the game earlier. I'm not sure if he has to come out. I'm not sure what the rule is when it comes to that, but he gave the refs a little piece of his mind, calling for a face mask that might have caused that to re-injure. But he is over on the sidelines right now. Will at least sit out this series.
A Syracuse guy, maybe he's too close to the Pacific Ocean. Something about that Pacific Ocean making those bloody noses come for him, as Barron definitely is a crucial piece for the Syracuse defense.
Well, he's a crucial piece on a defense that isn't great against the run, giving up over 150 yards rushing per game. So to lose him, and you already see Leo Pulalasi getting going a little bit, Nick Edwards leaning into that running game. I kind of like that, the idea, like you said, of sustaining a drive here late into the first half and getting points.
We see Chris Barnes in the backfield, a freshman wide receiver that the coaching staff throughout the year has raved about. He splits out. Here's the snap to Eckhouse. Eckhouse looks for the end zone, trying to connect with Carlos Hernandez. It puts it too far out of his reach. Hernandez had a step on his defender. Eckhouse just a little off target with his throw, and it will be an incompletion, giving the Cougs a 3rd and 7 situation here at the Syracuse 25.
Yeah, you get pressure from Syracuse, and Zevi's kind of thing. He's got one-on-one with Carlos Hernandez outside. I don't hate it, but you also have an opportunity with Chris Barnes, the young speedster, swinging out to the wide side of the field. A screen play out there for him. You would have had a chance to get a good matchup out there. Either way, setting up a 3rd and 7 in a big moment in this game.
Now let's see if this ends up being 4-down territory. Down by 7, under 4 minutes to go at the Syracuse 25. Schlimbaker to the right of Eckhouse. Trips to the left of Zevi. Awaits the shotgun snap. Here it comes, and the play will be blown dead. And Pete Caligas, the acting head coach for the Cougs, will use his first timeout.
Washington State, their first of the half. Be a 30-second charge timeout.
Something to note about Pete Caligas, this is not the first time he has served as a head coach for a game. When he was at Wyoming, where he was on the staff there for 13 years, he did serve as the acting head coach for Wyoming when then Cowboys head coach Dave Christensen was serving a one-game suspension. Had some actions the week before in a game against Air Force led to a suspension for him. So in 2012, Pete Caligas was the acting head coach for Wyoming, and here he is. He's done a fantastic job leading and navigating the Cougs through all that has happened as of late. And you can tell this is a WSU team that has come prepared to play against the 21st ranked team in the nation.
Yeah, and if there was ever a man for a moment, it was Pete Caligas for this moment, right? A true leader of men. And I think you're seeing the fruits of his labor throughout the past few weeks in getting this team ready to go.
Cougs trailed 28-21, looking for a crucial score before the end of the first half. 3rd and 7 on the Syracuse 25. Here's the snap to Zevi Eckhouse. Gets rid of it quickly. Passes caught by Carlos Hernandez. Going to be shy of the first down marker. He is tackled at the 20. This is going to set up a 4th and 2 for Washington State. Andre Dollar, the second tight end, will trot in for the Cougs. So both Trey Lecter and Andre Dollar, 2 tight ends into this formation. 4th, and they'll call it a long one.
Yeah, I was going to say, less than 2.
We've seen Eckhouse have some design runs himself. Empty backfield, Meredith in motion. Cougs going for it on 4th and 1 from the Syracuse 19. Here's the snap. It will be a design run for Eckhouse. Will forward progress get it for him? All depends on the spot. Syracuse starting to celebrate. Cougs just entering the Rosauers red zone. 4th and 1 design run for the quarterback. And this isn't looking promising right now for the Cougs.
Yeah. The ruin of the field was that the runner was short of the line to gain. 1st and 10. Syracuse.
Will be a turnover on downs. That was a big opportunity there for Washington State, but the Syracuse defense coming up with a stop on 4th and 1, and now their offense back out on the field. We will see the Cougs get the ball to start the second half, but Washington State was trotting down the field. The offense was able to move the chains, but Syracuse a timely stop on 4th and 1.
Yeah, that's what's so important, there is Washington State's trying to use the quarterback run game and kind of lean on that Syracuse D-line a little bit. They did a good job holding up, but now with 3 minutes left in the half, you get the ball out of halftime. Really important the defense steps up on this sudden change. See if they can keep Syracuse out of the end zone heading into half.
Gives Syracuse the ball at the 20. 3:09 to go. The snap, McCord to LeQuint Allen. Allen wrapped up immediately by Kyle Thornton, getting some extra yards after first contact. Allen battling out to the 26. It will be a gain of 6 on that first down run for Allen, the talented running back who's getting close to 100 yards. He's now got 94 in this game.
Yeah, it's hard to bring down. I mean, Kyle Thornton, one of your better tacklers, meets him in the hole right at or near the line of scrimmage, and then gets carried another 2 or 3 yards forward for what ends up being a 6-yard gain on first down.
Allen now 5 yards away from hitting the 1,000-yard mark for the season. The snap to give to Allen. To the outside he goes. He will have over 1,000 for the season with that carry on 2nd and 4. Allen gets 8, and Syracuse gets a first down. Let's see if this takes us right to 2 minutes here in the first half. Cougs down 28-21. Syracuse with the ball. 2:07 and ticking to go in this first half. And they will not get a playoff in time. About a half second.
That's a 2-minute timeout.
The difference between when we hit the 2-minute mark and when the ball was snapped. So we reached the 2-minute mark here in the first half. It is the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. We'll take a timeout and return right after this to Snapdragon Stadium. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
The Junior Cougs Kids Club is presented by Toyota. It is the official kids club of the Washington State Cougars, and it is the best way for the youngest members of Cougar Nation to show off their Cougar pride. Find out more information about your Junior Cougs membership perks at wsucougars.com/JRCougs. Back here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, down on the sideline, Jessamine McIntyre here in the booth with our engineer Jerry Kylo, Chris King next to Alex Sprink, and David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett. Coming up at halftime, we'll head to him in the U.S. Bank Network studios for a full halftime update, including a look at the scores as well. Well, here we are in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. The Cougs have led in this game multiple times. They were up 7-0. The Cougs again had a 21-14 lead, but it has been 14 unanswered for Syracuse. Washington State getting a block punt return for a touchdown, but Alex, that last offensive drive, the Cougs got it into the red zone, went for it on 4th and 1. Syracuse denied the Cougs, and here it feels so important for Washington State if you can prevent this Syracuse offense from expanding their 7-point lead before both teams head to the locker room.
Well, you're in that middle 8, right, Chris, where you're trying to take advantage of the last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 of the second half. You know, you don't convert on 4th and 1 and you lose. You don't get any points there. It'd be a big swing if you let Syracuse score points here going into half, knowing you get the ball out of halftime. So again, trying to win or at least break even on this last 4 minutes of the first half.
Jess, let's head down to you on the sideline.
Well, a lot of people are wondering exactly what the coaching looks like with a couple guys stepping up into new roles. Nick Edwards calling the offensive side of the ball here. So who's handling Zevi Eckhouse? Well, that would be Colt Garrett, who is an offensive assistant here. He played quarterback at Texas Tech, has a lot of experience in that supervisory role, and he is taking over when it comes to the quarterbacks here. So that's the communication on the sideline.
Number of guys stepping up, taking on bigger roles, and you can see the fruits of their hard work with the way this game has gone to this point for Washington State, looking to end the first half on a high note. Here it is, first and 10 for their own 34. They give to Pena, looking for some room on the edge. Talented playmaker, and he is chased down from behind. Pena able to get somewhere around 4 yards. We'll see where they officially rule him down towards the edge. And the Cougs, again, the defense on the interior of the defensive line, a number of key guys missing, but a lot of guys stepping up here. As the snap on 2nd and 6. McCord flushed out to his right. Back deep, it's Bryson Lamb chasing after him, and McCord going to have some room. Finally, Kapinagushikin steps up, and he will direct himself out of bounds. But McCord not necessarily known for what he does with his legs. Saw some real estate and took advantage of it. McCord gets it into Cougar territory to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, that's not what you want when you play good defense on the back end. Quinn Roth kind of got tossed to the ground, so you had no secondary contain from the defensive end position, and McCord's able to get out onto the edge and pick up an easy first down when really the secondary, I thought, defended that pretty well.
17 yards for the quarterback with his legs. Brings us to the 125 mark in the first half. Both teams with 2 timeouts to go. Shotgun snap back to McCord. Cougs bring pressure, and McCord gets by one. Cougs still up on his feet. Brought down from behind. It's Cyrus Webster. His first sack as a Coug. And he comes through, the senior, with a big drop there of Kyle McCord.
Second of the half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
Good switch up from Jordan Malone. He's had enough of that drop back pass game. He brings Stephen Hall on the cornerback blitz off the short side of the field. Hall gets there first, misses McCord, but forces him to step up, and then Cyrus Webster comes in and finishes him off. Good play by the senior defensive end. Great to see him get in on the action and get a sack this year.
A loss of 4 on the Cyrus Webster sack of Kyle McCord. Now 2nd and 14. Timeout taken by Syracuse. They have one left, 1:16 to go. Webster transferred to WSU from Utah Tech, played there from 2021 through 2023. Utah Tech's all-time sack leader for the program, 7 sacks. So a lot of quarterback hurries for Webster. So great to see that in his last game, a senior, last year of eligibility. In his final game, played in the Holiday Bowl to get that first sack wearing crimson and gray. Let's see, can he make it 2 in a row here as he's chomping at the bit on the edge? On 2nd and long, here's the snap. McCord feeling the pressure, gets rid of it right in the nick of time, but Parker McKenna there to tackle the tight end Max Mang. Close to the original line of scrimmage. He'll get back just to there. 4 yards on the tight end reception. 3rd and now 8. At the Cougar 45, 50 seconds and counting. Syracuse will look to the sideline. They don't mind taking a little time. They want to give much if they do have to give the ball back to the Cougar offense. 1 timeout still in their back pocket. McCord, this snap, 4-man pressure. Puts it up near the sideline, a lot of contact, and there will be a flag thrown. Looking for Jackson Meeks, Jamari Colson in coverage. And this seems like it's going to go against Colson for pass interference. Alex, your shoulders slumped, your head started to roll around. You didn't seem to be a big fan of that call.
Yeah, I just think
pass interference. Defense, number 29. Penalties decline, the result of the play. First down.
Oh, he caught it. He caught it anyway. I'll tell you what, these Syracuse receivers make a ton of contested plays. They do a really nice job. But I think when defenders are hand fighting like that with big receivers who are using their hands in their own right, sometimes you just got to let it play. Either way, great play by Jackson Meeks on the outside.
The reception puts Syracuse down at the Cougar 25-yard line, and we'll have a timeout. I believe this is coming from Pete Caligas here. 27 seconds left to go in the first half. Cougs down 28-21. Can you still keep it a one-possession game with Washington State set to get the ball to start the second half? Before going into the locker room, Cougar offense was moving on that last drive, got it into the red zone, went for it on 4th and 1. On a design quarterback run, Zevi Eckhouse was denied.
The ruling on the field was a reception. Washington State is elected to challenge the call.
Yeah, I mean, Meeks dropped the ball on, through the catch on the ground, and then also, he kind of landed on. It wasn't like his feet were in bounds when he caught it. He landed on his butt. It almost looked like that was out of bounds to begin with. So, I think Pete Caligas is trying to see if they can get a few yards of field position out of this thing.
And it would give him 5 yards back, a 20-yard catch as of now for Meeks. And if it's ruled an incompletion, the Cougs would get those 5 yards back. Some of the numbers from the first half, just a quick peek here. The Cougs, 227 yards of total offense. Zevi Eckhouse, 13 of 15 passing, 176 yards, a touchdown and an interception. That interception really served almost like a punt. It was 3rd and long, took a deep shot, and it pinned Syracuse back at their own 6. So there wasn't a lot of negative repercussions for the one turnover of this game for the Cougar offense. Kyle Williams, 5 catches, 125 yards, and a touchdown, including a 66-yarder, the 2nd longest touchdown reception in WSU bowl game history. For Syracuse, though, Kyle McCord racking up the yards. 223 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interception. He comes into this game leading the nation in passing yards with 4,326. He hasn't thrown an interception the last 4 games, and that is carried over here to the Holiday Bowl for the Syracuse starting quarterback.
Yeah, and McCord's been as advertised, right? I mean, he does a great job of locating the ball downfield.
After further review, it is an incomplete pass. Washington State will retain the challenge. However, there still will be a pass interference against the defense, number 29. Be 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage, automatic first down.
Well, this close shave Insta replay brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. So a good challenge there by WSU acting head coach Pete Caligas. Gets the Cougs back 5 yards. 27 seconds to go. First half here in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State trailing Syracuse 28-21. So instead of the Cougar 25, Syracuse will have it 1st and 10 at the Washington State 30.
And again, this Washington State defense, it's a tall order against a good Syracuse offense, but you pick up 5 extra yards of field position here, get you out of the true red zone, and for Washington State, it's really about winning first down. The times that they've gotten Syracuse into 2nd and 10 is the times that they've found success, typically on drives.
Their kicker, Jackson Kennedy, 7 of 9 this
year. Clock operator, please put the clock at 32 seconds. 3-2. Thank you. The clock will start on the snap.
And 5 more seconds will be added to the clock. Syracuse 1 timeout to work with. Kennedy, though, his long is a 44-yard field goal this year. So not a guy who has really been leaned on or delivered from long range this season. Quinn Allen's been a thorn in the side of the Cougs. He's to the right of Kyle McCord. Awaits the shotgun snap. Here it comes. 4-man pressure. McCord feeling it. Stepping back. Rolls out to his right. Flag thrown. Looks like it could be holding. McCord will heave it up. It will be out of bounds. An incompletion. And let's see if this holding penalty, or this penalty is a hold. 23 seconds to go in the half. It could push the Orange back to right around the 40.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Automatic first down.
Well, certainly not a hold, and that is a tough penalty for Washington State. San Diego native Quinn Roth playing in his final college game here in his hometown. And that 15-yard penalty will give Syracuse the ball at the Washington State 15. 23 seconds to go. Cougar defense really looking to bend but not break here. Keeping Syracuse out of the end zone. Gadsden's been a big target for him in this range. Here's the snap. Screen pass. Allen with the reception. Gets one block. Gets past a Coug, and it's Cyrus Webster wrestling him down at the 5-yard line. I'm not sure if they'll give him the first down. Currently the clock was moving, and will Fran Brown call a timeout? He will. And the clock didn't stop till 7 seconds. Well, now it's still going, so we'll have to see how much time will ultimately be put on the clock.
Timeout, Syracuse. That's their final charge. Timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
And the spot will be just short of the first down marker at the 5-yard line.
1-2 on the game clock. Thank you.
They didn't stop the clock till there was 4 seconds. There's now 12 seconds. And that will be the final timeout taken by Syracuse. So big for the Cougs to tackle them short of the first down marker there. 12 seconds to work with. This is very much within Jackson Kennedy's range. Now it feels like, can he keep them out of the end zone?
Yeah, and again, with the challenge for Washington State's defense ends at the 5-yard line here. Now the clock is their friend because Syracuse is likely not going to run the football. They still have the timeout in their pocket, but I think in the end for Washington State, you got to hold up against the run, right? Because if they lean into Quinn Allen, he's going to get you 3 or 4 yards down here. That's just kind of who he is.
The field is a first down, 1st and goal.
So I think you got to load the box, challenge those receivers on the outside, see if Kyle Allen will put that thing up in the air. And now, there are no timeouts left for Syracuse, so they're definitely going to have to throw the football in this situation.
And they did just say it is a first down, so it will be 1st and goal from the 5. But they didn't say anything about giving Syracuse the timeout back, so there are no timeouts for Syracuse.
Correction, the game clock should be at 17, 1-7.
17.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 17. Thank you very much.
That's not right, is it?
Big difference going from 4 seconds, which did not seem right, to 12, which looked about right, to 17 seconds. Now 1st and goal from the 5. And Pete Caligas will race down to take a timeout.
Timeout, Washington State. Their second of the half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
And they have not changed that clock since, so 17 seconds. Those are some crucial seconds added back to the clock. Again, here we are near the end of the first half in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. This Cougar team has come out and fought, clawed their way to a couple of leads in this game. Cougs were up 70-0. Washington State had a 14-7 lead. And then again, after a blocked punt that was returned for a touchdown, Leon Neal Jr. blocked the punt, and Josh Meredith scooped it up 12 yards for a touchdown. Cougs were up 21-14, but there have been 14 unanswered points since then by Syracuse. And this Washington State defense looking They keep Syracuse out of the end zone before the end of the half. The Cougs will get the ball to start the second half, but down by 7 here.
Chris, they snapped that last play at 22 seconds. I'm not quite sure how only 5 seconds would run off the clock there.
Heavy formation. 3 tight ends in the game. Here's the snap, faking the pitch. McCord looks to the end zone. It will be caught once again. It's Rondé Gadsden. 5-yard touchdown for the tight end. And Syracuse will take the biggest leads that either team has had in this game as they grow their edge 34-21 with the point after attempt coming up, 13 seconds to go in the first half. That 4th and 1. The Cougs needed that so badly at the 19 in Syracuse territory on their last offensive possession. They were denied. And the Syracuse offense, 9th in the nation in yards per game. They march down the field and get a TD there.
Yeah, tough play design there. A lot of guys into the boundary, fake a toss to Allen, and then Gadsden just slips into the back of the end zone.
Point after attempt from Jackson Kennedy is up, and he makes it. So Rondé Gadsden, the second, with a 5-yard touchdown catch. Gadsden having himself quite the day. In the first few drives, he was pretty quiet, but since then, he has been such a crucial playmaker for Syracuse. 4 catches, 74 yards. He's been a favorite target in the red zone. He has 2 touchdowns, 35-21. Now the score in favor of Syracuse. We've seen the Cougs have a response pretty much every time that Syracuse has gone on a run in this game, but it's been 21 unanswered since that blocked punt return for a touchdown by Washington State on special teams. Not a lot of time to work with before the end of the half for Washington State. Just 13 seconds remain.
And the Cougs had a chance, right? I mean, they had 4th and, after the initial touchdown where Syracuse takes the lead, Cougs are driving down 4th and 1 with about 3.5 minutes left. And in the red zone, I mean, you had a chance to kind of get it even. And you go out on downs against a good team. It's a tough situation.
Squib kick. It is Jack Janikowski who grabs it for Washington State. He will fall down at the 32. There will be 8 seconds left in the half to work with for Washington State. Well, Syracuse, 9th in the nation in total offense, averaging 456 yards per game. Here in the first half, they've got 364 yards.
Yeah, they've been really efficient, and they can do it a lot of different ways. Running the football, throwing it downfield. We've seen the effectiveness of that RPO game. Cougs are going to have to take advantage out of half. There's no doubt about that, and see if they can make some adjustments on defense.
Washington State set to take a knee as the Cougs will get the ball to begin the second half. Tevi Eckhouse will fake it. No, it'll be a snap to Tony Freeman. Why not? Freeman has it, looking for some room on the edge, and he will be tackled. A gain of close to 7 for Tony Freeman. Why not? This is a kitchen sink kind of game. Alex, you're smiling from ear to ear. Didn't work for the Cougs. And Jess, we got you ready down on the sideline. Take it away.
Coach, we saw an even mix of the ground game and the air game in the first half. How do you think Tevi Eckhouse treated his first half?
You know, Zevi's done a good job of controlling the game. The receivers done a great job of catching the ball and snagging it out of the air and getting yards. Done a great job. The O-line's been protecting really well.
We've seen a lot of weapons that Syracuse has. How do you slow down Kyle McCord in the second half on the defense?
We got to go in. Obviously, we got to shut down the RPO, the fades, the glances right now. We got to play better coverage on the outside and not lean out on it. We got to lock it down. We got to do a lot better job.
All right. Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'll send it back upstairs.
Thank you, Jess. Again, Jessamine McIntyre catching up with WSU acting head coach Pete Caligas as he trots to the locker room. Our score here, it is halftime at the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. The Cougars trail Syracuse 35-21. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll head to the U.S. Bank Network studios. David Kahn standing by, filling in for Luke Hallett. We'll have our full halftime update. And of course, we'll be back here in San Diego for all the second half action. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Calling all Coug fans. While the Cougars are busy taking home the win this season, you can download the McDonald's app and take home our new game day bundle, big enough to feed the whole squad. Get 20 golden, juicy chicken McNuggets, plus 2 medium orders of the world-famous fries you love, all for just $11.99. Talk about a winning combination. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's. Valid through 2024-25 football season. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hey,
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
This is former Cougar quarterback Alex Brink, and this is Cougar football.
Ball back to Brink, rolls right, throws on the run, end zone caught, touchdown Washington State.
Go Cougs.
The tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Step into the swinging doors where flavor meets fun. Weekends sizzle with mouth-watering meals, but weekdays need love too, so don't forget us Monday through Friday. The Swinging Doors is Spokane's best sports bar. Catch the action on more than 50 screens, play some pinball, and a lot more, like Golden Tee Golf or pull tabs. The Swinging Doors, where good food and good times collide. The Swinging Doors is definitely your place to meet, eat, and have fun. Open every morning at 8 a.m. at 1018 West Francis Avenue.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time for the U.S. Bank Halftime Report on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
A half full of pendulum swings in the 2024 Holiday Bowl, with Syracuse owning the latest momentum surge as they lead Washington State 35-21 at halftime. David Kahn with you in the U.S. Bank Network studio, sitting in for Luke Hallett tonight as we take a look at how this first half played out in San Diego. Before we do that, though, we are approaching the 7 o'clock hour out of the West Coast, so let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
For conservative thought, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
Once again, our score at the break, it's Syracuse 35, Washington State 21 at the 2024 Holiday Bowl. The Cougars won the coin toss and deferred, so it was the defense on the field first, trying to defend the Orange's highly touted offense, but Washington State's defense stood tall, holding Syracuse to 4 plays and a punt, and then Washington State's offense went right to work as Kyle Williams came up with a couple of huge catches to extend this opening possession, including a third down conversion and a 31-yard grab that set up Washington State with first and goal, and then it was QB1 Zevi Eckhouse who finished off the drive himself.
Second and goal from the 4 on the sweep. Hernandez in motion. It will be a design run for Eckhouse up the middle. He's on his feet. He's into the end zone. A 4-yard run for Zevi Eckhouse, and the Coug offense comes out of the gate and makes a statement. Washington State jumps out to the 6-0 lead here on the Holiday Bowl. Alex, could you have asked for a better start when it comes to complimentary football for the Cougs?
It certainly was a perfect start, as Chris and Alex mentioned, for the Cougs with that 8-play, 68-yard jaunt down the field, and it gives Washington State an early 7-0 edge. However, that lead would be short-lived as Syracuse answered back with that high-powered offense and a heavy dose of their running back, LaQuint Allen, to start, and then they wrapped it up with a touchdown pass to the ACC's leader in catches per game. That's Trevor Pena, and then Fran Brown, the head coach, pulled a trick from his bag as they attempted a surprise 2-point try, but Washington State, after a review, was determined to have held the edge, and they preserve a 1-point edge. Originally, the call was Syracuse converted the 2-point try, but they took a look at it, and they changed the call, so Washington State still leaded it 7-6.
That first scoring drive for Syracuse took less than 3 minutes off of the clock at 2:44, and the quick strikes continued on their ensuing possession as Kyle McCord connected with Jackson Meeks twice, and then LeQuint Allen punched it in again from 12 yards out as they give the Orange their first lead of the night at 14-7 of the first quarter as they score again in just 82 seconds. However, the Cougs saw that speed and said, we don't need 82 seconds, just give us 63, and one big bomb to number 2, Kyle Williams, who did it again.
Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap, pressure coming, gets rid of it, finds Kyle Williams for the first down and more. He's off to the races. Those high strides to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. He's into the end zone on 3rd and 3. The Cougs from their own 34 turn it into a touchdown strike. Eckhouse to Williams, and Williams hits the turbo button, hits all the way into the end zone. Touchdown Washington State. Point after pinning from tying this game back up.
Hitting the turbo button is an understatement for that play by Kyle Williams, as he was a blur of crimson and cream as he ran all the way to the end zone. And with that reception, Williams has his 14th receiving touchdown of the season, second most in Washington State single-season history. It's also the second longest reception in Washington State Bowl history. And on top of all that, it's your U.S. Bank play of the first half. Together, there is nothing as powerful as the power of us, U.S. Bank, member FDIC. So it's Washington State on top now, and then the fireworks weren't done in the first quarter as the Cougars forced a 3-and-out for Syracuse, and then came a huge play on special teams for Washington State.
Jack Stonehouse has his punt blocked. Cougs grab it into the end zone. Washington State blocks the punt for a touchdown. It's Meredith who picks it up and brings it into the end zone. What a special teams play for Washington State. We saw Syracuse go on a 14-0 run. The Cougs back-to-back touchdowns. They're on top 20-14.
It's the first blocked punt return for a touchdown for Washington State since 2018 at Oregon State, and it gives the Cougars the lead back at 21-14, and that is how our first quarter would end after a nearly 50-minute window of action and a true avalanche of points. Momentum, however, would swing right back to Syracuse as they open the second stanza with their longest drive of the day in terms of plays. They march right down the field on a 7-play, 75-yard scoring possession with Rondé Gadsden rumbling in from 18 yards away to tie this game at 21. And then Washington State would try and come up with a huge stop against Syracuse and Kyle McCord to just slow down that potent offense, and they got a huge play from an unlikely player.
Shotgun snap back to McCord. Cougs bring pressure, and McCord gets by one Coug, still up on his feet, brought down from behind. It's Cyrus Webster, his first sack as a Coug, and he comes through, the senior, with a big drop there of Kyle McCord.
Second of the half.
That was certainly a big drop there by Webster, but Syracuse would recover and double down on their lengthy drives. An 8-play, 94-yard jaunt would follow on their ensuing possession as they'd retake the lead 28-21. And again, it's LeQuint Allen posting his second score of the evening. Washington State would muster a lengthy drive into the Syracuse red zone, but a 4th-and-1 attempt at the Orange 19 would go awry, ending the Cougars' chance to knot the game up, and Syracuse would take advantage right before halftime as Rondé Gadsden finds pay dirt again to give Syracuse its largest of the night at 35-21 at halftime. The 35 points, the most that Syracuse has scored in any half in bowl game history. Once again, our score at the break, it's Syracuse 35 and Washington State 21. When we return, we'll update you on the rest of the bowl games going on across the country. That's next as our halftime coverage rolls on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024 U.S. Bank.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This is Jason Hansen.
Ryan Lindell, and you're listening to Washington State Football
on the Washington State Sports Network.
Go Cougs.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Hampton Inn Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton Inn Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Time now to check scores from across college football. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Once again, here's Luke Hallett.
Sevier counts with a very economical and efficient first half for Washington State as QB1 goes 13 of 15 for 176 yards and a touchdown, an 87% completion rate, but not enough to give Washington State the lead as they trail Syracuse at halftime 35-21 in the 2024 Holiday Bowl. David Kahn with you here from the U.S. Bank Network studios, subbing in for Luke Hallett as we take a look at our out-of-town college football scoreboard. One final to give you from the Birmingham Bowl in Alabama. When we last checked in, it was Vanderbilt and Georgia Tech in a weather delay as the Commodores had enjoyed a comfortable 35-13 lead in the fourth quarter. And if you forgot, it was a huge day for Diego Pavia.
Commodores trying to again open up some more daylight with 10 minutes to play. Right up the middle, Pavia into the end zone, a 6-yard touchdown. A second rushing score for Diego Pavia with a tick under 10 minutes to play, and Vanderbilt taking control here in the fourth quarter of the Birmingham Bowl.
That's Kevin Ingram on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield there. Diego Pavia with 5 total touchdowns on the day. That opened up the scoring to a 21-point lead over the Yellow Jackets, and then the skies opened for a 1-hour weather delay at the Birmingham Bowl. And then after that, the Yellow Jackets and Haynes King came out firing on all cylinders as they put 2 scores on the board in the final 5 minutes of the game, but Vanderbilt was able to run out the clock after that, winning 35-27. Meanwhile, in the Liberty Bowl in Memphis between Texas Tech and Arkansas, that one has also seen a bevy of points, mainly from the right arm of Taylon Green in Arkansas.
Trips right. That's into the open side for Green from his own 5. He looks to throw out of the gun. Slant complete at the 15, out to the 20, to the 30, to the 40. There's the block. There he goes. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Arkansas. Desmond James, the freshman from Clayton, North Carolina, 94 yards and a touchdown.
That's Chuck Barrett on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield there. Taylon Green, one of his 3 total touchdowns on the day so far, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground at Arkansas as a 17-point edge over Texas Tech, 36-19 with 10 minutes to play from Memphis, Tennessee. One game still to come at 7:30. It's USC and Texas A&M in the Las Vegas Bowl at Allegiant Stadium. Let's check the scores around the country. Our score at the break at Syracuse 35, Washington State 21. We'll break down the first half numbers coming up as our halftime coverage continues after this on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This is Ruben Mays.
Mays left of the 10, 5, touchdown Cougars!
And you're listening to Washington State football.
This game is too easy for Ruben Mays.
Ruben Mays now well over the 300-yard mark, the first Washington State Cougar ever to crack that barrier.
Go Cougs.
Coug fans, you love rooting for the Crimson and Gray, and now McDonald's has even more for you to cheer about. Because this season, you can score big with the 20-piece McNuggets bundle when you order on the McD app. Get 20 golden, juicy McNuggets, plus 2 orders of the medium fries you know and love, all for just $11.99. McDonald's and Cougars football. Now that's what I call a W. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's.